Chapter 1279. The funeral crowd had dispersed. In carefree villa of the headquarters of the Lin clan. In the cemetery of the Lin clan. In front of the new grave, Li Dongqing knelt, and Lin Fengting stood. Lin Youxian's body was brought back by Li Dongqing and Lin Fengting. It was daybreak of the purgatory of heaven capital who sent Lin Youxian back. He was an expert at the peak of the invincible realm, and ranked 5th on the world divine list. There was no swords drawn or blood. The two sides agreed on the time and place. The Lin clan brought Lin Youxian back, while Daybreak and the other 3 experts at the peak of the thundershocking realm of the purgatory of heaven capital came to the Lin clan together to attend Lin Youxian's funeral. Emperor Huawu, who had killed Lin Youxian himself, wrote a eulogy. It was Daybreak who read it. It took 3 days from returning home to the burial. Everything was calm. In the absolute calm, there was extreme depression and silence. Li Dongqing hardly spoke these days, nor did he look at the people of the purgatory of heaven capital. Most of the time he knelt in front of Lin Fengting's body with Dong Qingyu. Dong Qingyu was crying. She had completely broken down, and cried until she fainted several times. Li Dongqing was the most important person in her life. And Lin Youxian was the person who had been with her for the longest time in her life. After she left the Lin clan, she had been with Lin Youxian for more than 10 years. Meticulous care, unreserved guidance, unreserved trust, and incomparably ardent expectations. He was like a ray of light, warm, genial, and inclusive, shining into her soul. He was a teacher and a father. She could play with him, act coquettishly with him, lose her temper with him, or ignore him. Lin Youxian was not married and had no children. Li Dongqing and Dong Qingyu were his children. They were with Lin Youxian in the Lin clan. Lin Youxian and the Lin clan stood in front of them, and opened their broad wings to protect them for so many years. Now Lin Youxian had died. It seemed that the pair of wings that had always protected them had collapsed in half. The Lin clan was still bright, but people could smell a sense of dilapidation. Dong Qingyu was in a trance. After several comas, she began to have a high fever, and was forcibly sent to the hospital by Lin Fengting. Li Dongqing had been kneeling. He didn't cry, he didn't make a fuss, he didn't move, and he didn't speak. He was just like how he was when he knew the cause of his parents' death, but he still remained silent. All of his emotions were firmly suppressed, bit by bit, in the deepest part of his heart, even his hatred. The sound of rotors whistling could be heard from afar. The helicopter with the flaming flag slowly took off from the worry-free manor. Flags fluttered in the air. The golden flames had seemingly messy, but incomparably beautiful lines. They flickered with golden light under the sunlight, exuding an unreachable and majestic aura. It was the flag of the purgatory of heaven capital. 2 years ago, it officially became the flag of the royal family of East Island. Lin Fengting watched the helicopter take off into the distance, took a drag on his cigarette, and said slowly, "The people from the purgatory of heaven capital have left." "Yes. You're not chasing." "Yes." Lin Fengting stopped talking. Li Dongqing was still kneeling, looking at his godfather's tombstone. On the tombstone, a line of small words was engraved next to Lin Youxian's photo. "I am Li Dongqing's godfather." This was Lin Youxian's epitaph. It was said that his godfather had specifically instructed him to do so before he died. "Ha!" Li Dongqing laughed, his nostrils trembled slightly, and he gritted his teeth tightly. "They are here to send my godfather off." Li Dongqing's voice was calm. "They killed my godfather, so it's a grudge. But they are here to send my godfather off, so it's a favor. If I kill the people who come to send my godfather off at his funeral, it's unfilial of me. So I can't chase after them. Anyway, there will always be a chance in the future." Lin Fengting smiled reluctantly and awkwardly. "Go back." He reached out and patted Li Dongqing on the shoulder. He lifted Li Dongqing up with his wrinkled palm. Li Dongqing took a deep breath. It seemed that his body was trembling slightly because he had been kneeling for a long time. A breeze blew through the worry-free manor. The wind rolled up the treetops of the surrounding olive trees, making a soft sound. Li Dongqing looked at everything around him quietly. His eyes swept over the cemetery and saw the buildings in the worry-free manor, the private forest of the Lin clan, the artificial lake, the neat roads, the garden. They were all very familiar scrolls. He looked at them quietly, with some attachment in his eyes. I'm not going back. Li Dongqing whispered. I can't go back. Lin Fengting looked at him. Master, do you still remember the Dongqing clan? Li Dongqing whispered. My family, my grandparents, my father, my mother, my aunt, my uncle, my sister, my brother, and all kinds of relatives, over the past 20 years have died or gone crazy. Only my sister and I are still alive. Rich and powerful, haha. In more than 20 years, speaking of rich and powerful, the Dongqing clan is the most miserable. I can't let the Lin clan become like this, even if it's possible. Master, I've lived here for many years. It's very good here. I'm at ease and happy. But I really don't dare to take this place as my home. Am I supposed to have peace of mind and happiness? My godfather was supposed to inherit the Lin clan, but now he died outside. In recent years, several branches of the Lin clan have been destroyed and suffered heavy losses. Because of who? Li Dongqing patted his chest. It's time to go. I can't go back. In fact, I should have gone a few years ago. My birth was a tragedy. But since I came to this world, I should always bear something. If it weren't for my selfishness, my godfather might not have died. It's not necessary. Lin Fengting said blandly. I'm still alive and the Lin clan is not in such a bad situation now. If I really make up my mind to fight, I may not be afraid of the purgatory of heaven capital. But I want more than the purgatory of heaven capital. Li Dongqing smiled and his eyes became a little strange. Subcontinent, European continent. More than 50 countries are after me. The purgatory of heaven capital, the Wang family of Beihai. I want to have fun with them. Lin Fengting was stunned. He suddenly thought of what Li Dongqing said that day and frowned. Have you reached the invincible realm? Not the invincible realm. Li Dongqing said very seriously. It's me who has reached the invincible realm. Lin Fengting took a deep look at him and wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. I came into contact with martial arts at the age of 12. I chose my own path a long time ago. 9 years ago, if my godfather hadn't lost an arm, I could have rushed to the invincible realm in one go after a few years of forbearance. At that time, I was interrupted, just like writing an article. I was suddenly interrupted at the key point and lost my train of thought. Li Dongqing said softly. In the past few years, I have been trying to find my train of thought. I was selfish and wanted to be lazy, but I found that the train of thought could no longer be found. There was no way to be selfish and lazy, so I changed my path and took a step forward. Master, now you are no match for me. In the current dark world, I am invincible. For many years, I have been suppressing myself and controlling myself. Now I am tired, so I want to change my way of life. It's good for the Lin clan and me if I leave. Lin Fengting looked at him quietly and suddenly said, Li Huawu has surpassed the peak of the invincible realm. Li Dongqing shook his head. No. If you must go then go. Lin Fengting patted his son's tombstone, slowly turned around, and walked to the exit of the cemetery. When you want to come back, you can come back and have a look. I am old, but these old bones can still hold on for a few more years. Li Dongqing did not follow him as he had done many years ago. He did not hold his master's hand as he had done many years ago. Silence, quietness, doting, happiness. The past of more than 20 years began to surge from the beginning. The warmth in his memory was disappearing bit by bit and being pulled out. Li Dongqing quietly watched Lin Fengting walk further and further away. Facing the back that was no longer majestic, he knelt down and kowtowed heavily. The wind whimpered as it flew over the cemetery. Li Dongqing's kneeling figure seemed to be blown away by the wind, turning into streaks of sword energy and disappearing. When the palm fell on her forehead, Dongqing opened her eyes slightly. Her eyes were a little dazed, and her face was pale and extremely haggard. Li Dongqing was stunned. He whispered, Sister, you're not asleep? I want to sleep, but I can't. Dongqing shook her head weakly, and her voice was very low. Li Dongqing sat on the edge of the bed and held her hand without saying anything. Dongqing. Yes. Godfather is dead. Yes. I feel terrible. Yes. Li Dongqing nodded. There was no expression or emotion on his face. as if he was a sculpture with only thoughts. Dongcheng sighed softly. She stretched out her hand with a bitter smile and stroked Li Dongqing's face. You are my brother, but after so many years, I feel that I can't see through you. I still don't understand what you are thinking. Are you sad? Yes. Dongcheng looked at Li Dongqing's eyes silently. After a long time she whispered, We dragged the Lin clan down. Yes. What's next? What should we do? Dongcheng's whispering voice was filled with confusion. I'm here to pick you up, Li Dongqing said. We will leave the Lin clan and do what we should do. Before I came, I said goodbye to my master. Go. Dongcheng seemed to have never thought about leaving the Lin clan. She said blankly, When? Now. But where is your sword? The wrath of heaven belongs to the Lin clan. It's not ours. In the future, we won't use swords. In the future, what are we going to do? Do what we should do. They didn't go through the discharge procedures, but it didn't count as leaving without saying goodbye. Dongcheng, who still had a fever, leaned on Li Dongqing's back and let Li Dongqing carry her out of the private hospital of Well-Forgetting Villa. The road inside the villa, which was like a small town, was clean and flat. On both sides of the road, there were many shops open for personal interests, not for profit. Dusk had passed. The shops and street lights were lit up. Many people stood at the door of the shop. They quietly looked at the brother and sister who came to the Lin clan more than 20 years ago. They watched them walk on the road out of the Lin clan. No one sent them off. Along the way, there were sighs. It seemed that many people had predicted this scene. The brother and sister were not surnamed Lin, but for so many years, everyone in the villa regarded them as the children of the Lin clan, the little princess and the young master of the Lin clan. But the little princess and the young master had to grow up. From the moment the news of Lin Yoxian's death came, they understood that the brother and sister, who grew up in their love, would eventually bear their responsibilities. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would leave. The light was warm and soft. Li Dongqing walked forward silently with Dongcheng on his back. He did not speak or have any expression. He was as quiet as he had been for more than 20 years. Will you come back in the future? Dongqing asked softly. I will come back when I have the chance. Li Dongqing said. He meant to come back. Not to come back. At the end of the road was the gate built according to the structure of the Arc de Triomphe when the villa was first built. It stood in the night, magnificent and ancient. There was no pause, no entanglement, no pain. Li Dongqing carried his sister and walked out of Well-Forgetting Villa calmly. Outside the villa was a winding mountain road without lights. The silver moon hung high and sprinkled moonlight on the ground. Li Dongqing looked back for the first time and looked at the ancient gate in Well-Forgetting Villa. He was in a daze, like a child leaving home for the first time. Dongcheng was lying on his back, watching as well. A tear fell from her face and fell on Li Dongqing's collar. It was a little cold. Li Dongqing suddenly felt a kind of loneliness that almost overwhelmed all reason. His sister on his back was light and soft. He felt her body temperature. Li Dongqing took a breath gently. She was here. Although it was lonely, he would not be lonely with her. It's just the two of us again. Li Dongqing slowly turned around and went down the mountain along the mountain road. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the two overlapped and were elongated. I still remember the scene of my sister carrying me through the downtown of Huating when I was a child. If there is a chance, we should go back and have a look. I don't remember it very well. Dongqing wiped her tears. She was not like Li Dongqing, who had been stimulated by the spiritual power of the transcendent realm. At that time, she was still very young, and many memories were a little blurred. I just remember that the bread was hard. Li Dongqing smiled, tilted his head, and rubbed his face against Dongcheng's cheek. Of course, the bread was hard at that time, because the soft part had been crushed into breadcrumbs by his sister and fed to him at that time. The scenes from back then were so clear, almost eternal and everlasting. Now it's me carrying my sister, Li Dongqing said softly. Brother has grown up. Dongqing gently touched Li Dongqing's head and smiled reluctantly. You have something on your mind, Li Dongqing said. It was not a question, but a very affirmative statement. I just feel a little sorry for Elder Lin, sorry for my godfather, sorry for the Lin clan. Dongqing once again began to cry. Li Dongqing nodded. Yes. Dongqing, Elder Lin just lost his son. He must feel even worse when we leave. He must be angry and didn't come to see us off. Yes. Dongqing seemed to be a little angry. She clenched her fist and hit Li Dongqing's head with tears. But she was not willing to use force. It's better than being exterminated, Li Dongqing explained. The Lin clan is very strong. Dongqing said softly. Yes. Li Dongqing nodded. He thought for a moment and continued. The Lin clan can't fight against the whole world. But we can. Dongqing was slightly startled. The two walked along the winding mountain road down Worry-Free Mountain. After officially leaving the range of the Lin clan's headquarters, the outside world was a somewhat empty and cold suburb. Li Dongqing was no longer walking. The vast sword energy slowly gathered in the night. He carried Dongqing and directly rushed to the sky. The sound of the wind flew past them. A faint outline of the sword energy appeared around Li Dongqing's body. The sword energy with a warm aura enveloped Dongqing's body. The two flew higher and higher. It was quiet above the sky. Only the bright moon and the starry sky were quietly hanging. Sister! Li Dongqing suddenly shouted. Yes. Dongqing tightly wrapped her arms around Li Dongqing's neck. She wasn't afraid of heights, but the two of them were now flying. Carefree Manor had already disappeared. She looked down and saw the lights of the entire city reflected in her eyes. Li Dongqing raised his head and pointed to the bright moon in the sky. The sword energy under his feet flew. Do you want it? Dongqing smiled and pinched his ear. You're talking nonsense again. Li Dongqing narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a flash of thought in his eyes, but he did not continue to speak. The sword light flashed. He lowered his head, looked at the dense and prosperous lights of the city under his feet, and whispered, It's just the two of us again. Dongqing Yu softly nodded. These years, Li Dongqing slowly opened his mouth and said, There are too many things accumulated in my heart, too many. Now, I want the whole world to see them. Snow Country. Mormons. In the majestic and solemn hall. The lights were as bright as day. The shining, almost dazzling light filled every corner of the hall, illuminating the relief and oil paintings on the wall. The young servants of Snow Country were busy, and the long dining table was already filled with a sumptuous dinner. Dongqing sat at one end of the dining table. Li Dongqing sat at the other end of the dining table. There were chairs on both sides of the dining table. No one had come yet, so it seemed a little empty. Li Dongqing sat quietly. His eyes were very quiet, looking at the huge antique wall clock on the wall. The sound of the clock hand echoed in the huge dining room, with a constant and crisp rhythm. Master! A dignified and calm housekeeper in her 30s walked in quickly, bowed slightly, and said softly, The guests are all here. Li Dongqing, who was staring at the wall clock, came back to his senses, nodded, looked at the sumptuous dinner on the table in front of him, and said, Let them in. The housekeeper, who looked smart and capable, turned around and left quickly. There was the sound of the door opening in the hall. Messy footsteps came in from the outside, accompanied by the cold temperature of Snow Country and the whistling wind. The cold air entered the dining room from the hall. Li Dongqing's dull eyes seemed to have recovered a little bit of intelligence. One figure after another walked into the dining room. Different appearances, different heights, different skin colors, different auras. The atmosphere in the dining room seemed to have become the venue of the United Nations as they entered. People from subcontinent, Europeans, Americans, non-continent people. Everything was there. But the skin color was just their origin, not their position. There was only one position. People from the Sword Garret. Nominally, Li Dongqing took over everything left by Lin Yuxian, and the team left by Lin Yuxian was the team left by Li Dongqing's parents. At that time, they were still called Emperor Dong's Palace. After Li Dongqing appeared, the organization was renamed Sword Garret. He entered the secular world at the age of 16. Li Dongqing, who was 25 years old this year, had been the Sword Garret master for 9 years. In 9 years, the only thing he did was to change the name of Emperor Dong's Palace to Sword Garret. As for the rest of the matters, 9 years had been a mess, from the economy to the wisdom of the people. Li Dongqing did not ask, participate, investigate, or be curious. He was the sword garret master. But there was no change in the sword garret from the period of Emperor Dong's palace, and Lin Yuxian was still in charge. Now Lin Yuxian had died. Without a leader, the entire sword garret was in great uneasiness and turmoil. Li Dongqing could stand up, which made these high-level officials feel relieved. At the same time, they began to instinctively move closer to Li Dongqing. After all, the young man sitting in the dining room at this time was the real young master. They could unite under Lin Yuxian because of their loyalty to the former Dong Huang. There was no reason that they would not support Dong Huang's son. The high-level officials of the sword garret from various fields and places slowly walked into the dining room. The silent brother and sister. The long dining table. The sumptuous dinner. The cold wind of snow country still blew in from outside the door. After a short period of astonishment, everyone bowed at the same time. "Greetings, young master." "Greetings, Mississippi." Dongqing blinked a few times and looked at Li Dongqing blankly. She knew some of these people, but they were all business talents of the sword garret. With the purgatory of heaven capital constantly suppressing the economic power of the sword garret in recent years, there were very few people in this group that Dongqing could recognize. "Sit down." Li Dongqing waved his hand. After they all found a seat and sat down, he glanced around. This was the headquarters of the sword garret. 6 years ago, the sword garret changed its name, and the headquarters was moved from Italos to Mormons in Snow Country. The tables and chairs here were prepared in advance to ensure that every high-level official of the sword garret had their own chair in the dining room of the headquarters. But now when everyone sat down, however, Li Dongqing clearly found that there were at least a dozen empty seats on the table at this time. Li Dongqing glanced around and did not ask why. He just said calmly, "Let's eat." The high-level officials of the sword garret responded and began to eat. Li Dongqing held a knife and fork and cut the steak in front of him. His expression was calm and he said nothing. He did not speak, and no one in the dining room took the initiative to speak. The atmosphere was weird and depressing. The dinner ended in a somewhat weird atmosphere. The servants removed the tableware from the table and served dessert and tea after the meal. Li Dongqing took a sip of the tea, and it tasted mediocre. In Snow Country, tea had always been a relatively expensive thing, far more expensive than vodka. Expensive tea was even rarer. The tea at the moment might be very good, but it was still incomparable to the private collection of the Lin clan. Thinking of the Lin clan, Li Dongqing was slightly lost in thought. "Young master." A somewhat low voice sounded. Li Dongqing turned his head and looked around. He found the figure who spoke among the high-level officials. He was very close to him, sitting on his left. He was tall and slender, and his Eurasian face was a bit devilishly handsome. However, the breath all over his body was extremely cold. Among the people present, apart from Li Dongqing and Dongqing, he was the youngest, but he was also the closest to Li Dongqing. "Say it." Li Dongqing said. "Han Donglu." The young man gritted his teeth. "I received the news on the way. Han Donglu's plane crashed over England, and no bones were found. There is sufficient evidence that it was done by Rothschild." Dongqing at the other end of the table trembled slightly. Han Donglu, the former CEO of Emperor Dong's palace. He was the current CEO of the sword garret. In the era of Emperor Dong's palace, he was one of the core high-level officials of Emperor Dong's palace. In recent years he had retired. He used to control all the economic and commercial operations of Emperor Dong's palace and the sword garret. Even in the face of the suppression of dozens of European countries and the invasion of the purgatory of heaven capital, he could hold the economic power of the sword garret and stabilize the situation. Although 2 of the 3 most important groups of the sword garret had been acquired, Han Donglu was still able to keep some core industries. For the enemies of the sword garret, Lin Yuxian was dead, and Han Donglu was the person they wanted to kill the most. He was also Dongqing's teacher or a real master. Lin Yuxian trained Dongqing to take over Han Donglu's position. Han Donglu. Li Dongqing had some impression of the name. He nodded and said calmly, "If he is dead, then he is dead. Does his family still live?" He had a daughter in the early years, but she died more than 10 years ago. She died in the hands of the purgatory of heaven capital. The young man sitting next to Li Dongqing shook his head. That's good. Li Dongqing said lightly. They are all dead. It's easy. The young man. All the high-level people. Everyone looked at Li Dongqing with a strange look. Li Dongqing also looked at them and said in a calm voice, My godfather is dead. The young man sitting next to him gritted his teeth, and hatred flashed in his eyes. He said in a low voice, Young master, we are incompetent. What should the sword Garrett do next? Do you have any suggestions? Li Dongqing picked up the napkin to wipe the corners of his mouth and asked, Young master, we have no way to retreat. We can only fight. I suggest declaring war with the purgatory of heaven capital to avenge Mr. Lin. At worst, we will die. Ridiculous. It's easy for you to die. What about the young master? What about the sword Garrett? We are not the opponents of the purgatory of heaven capital now. Are we going to court death? Even if we die, we can hurt the vitality of the purgatory of heaven capital. The heavenly emperor Huawu is still in the European continent. He can destroy most of the sword Garrett alone. How can he hurt the vitality? Let him suffer a minor injury? We should bear it. We still need time. The young master is talented. As long as the young master grows up, he may not be afraid of the heavenly emperor Huawu. How can we bear it? We came to Snow Country from Italos. Isn't it bad enough? Yes, Snow Country is a powerful country in the European continent, but its position in the European continent is very marginal. Do you need me to say it? When the other party attacks, will we have to move our headquarters again? To where? America? And then reduce to going to Africa? Fight. Retreat. Dong dong dong. Li Dongqing reached out and knocked on the table. He whispered, Don't make noise. The restaurant suddenly became quiet. In fact, there is another choice. Li Dongqing said lightly. All the high-level officials looked at Li Dongqing respectfully. Li Dongqing's eyes were not focused at all. He seemed to be wandering. I came into contact with martial arts at the age of 12. Until the age of 16, there was no change in the realm. That year, my godfather's arm was cut off. I was going to enter the secular world. My master told me that my godfather had been guarding some of the property left by my parents for these years, which is the current sword Garrett. My master said that people's hearts are unpredictable. He doesn't doubt your loyalty, but I should give you some hope. So he asked me to enter the secular world after I reached the chi-controlling realm. That was the day I entered the 4 realms of martial arts, broke through them, and reached the height of half-step invincible realm. I left the Lin clan, came into contact with the sword Garrett, the purgatory of heaven capital, and the real dark world. It has been 9 years now. The dining room was quiet. Everyone looked at him attentively and listened to him. Do you know how I feel? Li Dongqing asked lightly. Without waiting for their reply, he continued. I'm tired. Yes, for 9 years, I haven't participated in the specific affairs of the sword Garrett, but I still feel tired. Now that my godfather has passed away, the sword Garrett has no leader, so you have another choice. He gently knocked on the table. I have asked people to check everything inside the sword Garrett. After a while, all the assets and resources of the sword Garrett will be completely counted. Dinner has been eaten. After a while, when the list of resources is put on, you can take whatever you like. Out of this door, the sword Garrett will be disbanded. From now on, you can seek refuge in the purgatory of heaven capital, the Lin clan Rothschild, or any other country. As long as you don't show up in front of me, I won't bother you. Are you satisfied? Everyone stood up, a little flustered. I'm not a qualified leader, so I don't want any force. You can leave now. I'll give you the list of resources later. Take whatever you want. If you're not satisfied, you can grab it from others. I don't mind killing people. If you're not satisfied with me, you can kill me. Of course I'll fight back. Young master. The young man sitting next to Li Dongqing suddenly kicked the chair behind him and knelt down in front of Li Dongqing. Everyone knelt down. The sword Garrett can't be disbanded. The young man growled with red eyes. Young master. An old man who had experienced the heyday of Emperor Dong's palace burst into tears. We have to avenge His Majesty Emperor Dong and Madam. The purgatory of heaven capital hasn't been destroyed. The sword garret can't be disbanded. The dining hall was full of people kneeling down. Only Li Dongqing and Dongcheng were still sitting. The dining table was very long. Dongqing couldn't see her brother's expression clearly. Li Dongqing sat silently and glanced at the dining hall. I feel a little sick, he said softly. Everyone in the dining hall was stunned. You make me sick. You can think that I'm humiliating you. It doesn't matter. I should respect your loyalty and your persistence for so many years. But I'm sorry. I've been preparing for a long time, but I can't find this emotion. I don't care about you. I don't care about your life or death. I don't care about your attitudes and opinions. Disbanding the sword garret is just a choice I gave you. If you don't want to, you can stay. No one will force you. Revenge is my business. If you want to do it, I won't stop you. So all of you stand up. From now on, you can do whatever you want. Li Dongqing pointed at the door of the hall. The door was still open. The cold wind from the north was endless. Li Dongqing's voice was calm. The door is there. If you want to leave, you can leave. If you want to die, you can die. I can't be a qualified leader, so I can't be responsible for you. But if you die, I will avenge you. That's all. There was dead silence in the dining hall. Most of the people's faces were pale. Li Dongqing had been in the human world for 9 years. They all knew about the existence of this young master, but they rarely had any formal contact with him. Until now. Today, this young man was sitting in front of them, quiet and indifferent. But everyone could see the age in his young soul behind this calmness. It was extreme indifference and boredom. Who wants to leave? Li Dongqing asked. No one said anything. Maybe the young master in front of them didn't care about them. But after so many years of persistence and loyalty, it had become an obsession in their hearts. If they really wanted to leave, they wouldn't have to worry about a way out. But they followed Emperor Dong's palace to the peak and sword garret to the bottom, and they never left. Why? It was nothing more than revenge. It had even become an unshakable obsession in their lives. Sword garret can't be disbanded. The young man kneeling in front of Li Tianlan gritted his teeth and looked up at Li Dongqing. Young master, we are willing to stay. I'm not your young master. Li Dongqing said blandly. Then, the young man opened his mouth. What's your name? Li Dongqing asked. I'm Azura, young master. This is my name and also my code name. Azura, 28 years old, was a man of sacrifice that Lin Yuxian had secretly trained a long time ago. Now he was the top superior of the half-step invincible realm in the dark world, or in other words, he had the combat capability of the invincible realm. He was talented. If there was no accident, Azura could at least reach the peak of the invincible realm in 10 years. Li Dongqing glanced at him and nodded. From now on, you'll be in charge of the affairs of the organization. Do whatever you want. Don't bother me. Yes, young master. Azura answered loudly. Li Dongqing frowned. I don't like this title. From now on, call me. He gently raised the corner of his mouth. Call me your majesty. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Li Dongqing in astonishment. The name of the sword pavilion doesn't need to exist anymore. Since you don't want to go, I'll take you to hell. I don't like the title of young master, the name of the sword pavilion, and Mormons. Li Dongqing whispered. From today on, the headquarters will be transferred to England. Your Majesty. Azura opened his mouth. He was a little confused and struggled to say, Now we. Don't you trust me? Li Dongqing asked. Azura felt a chill in his heart and shook his head subconsciously. No, it's just, Your Majesty doesn't like the name of the sword pavilion. From now on, we'll be called Emperor Dong's Palace, the Sword Pavilion. Now, was the organization going to change its name again? In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, Li Dongqing's voice rang in Azura's ears. There seemed to be countless sword energy clanging in his ears and rushing into the sky. Sword Dynasty. Screams, howls, corpses and blood, thick smoke and fire. Chaotic gunshots and violent explosions shook the entire Fog Capital. Fog Capital was already a purgatory on Earth. The killing and the smell of death swept the entire city like a tsunami. The sirens kept echoing over the city. A large number of people in Fog Capital fled in the chaos. Those who couldn't escape all hid in the subway, underground garage, basement and other underground bunkers. Because above the ground, it was a real purgatory on Earth. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. There were traces of destruction everywhere in the city. The streets were full of gullies, the buildings on both sides were smashed into pieces, and there were large deep pits on the ground. The collapsed skyscrapers fell to the ground. The trees were completely smashed, and a large number of corpses were piled up without being sorted out. The fire spread everywhere, and the whole city was ruined and depressed. The whole world seemed to be in a strange silence. No one spoke, no one said anything. All the forces were watching silently. 3 days ago, the European Alliance officially defined the Sword Pavilion as a terrorist organization and offered a worldwide reward for Li Dongcheng, the master of the Sword Pavilion. On the same day, the Sword Pavilion announced to the whole dark world that the Sword Pavilion was officially renamed the Sword Dynasty. The elites of the Sword Dynasty gathered and marched from Mormons of Snow Country to the European continent. They didn't take planes or trains or other transportation. The Sword Dynasty completely announced their marching route. The whole world was dumbfounded. This was unimaginably domineering and crazy. On that day, the young man who completely let go of everything after leaving the Lin clan issued a challenge to the whole world in the most extreme way. Blood and killing gathered, setting off a storm of fighting in the dark world. 3 days ago in the evening, 1,500 elites of the Sword Dynasty left Mormons and arrived in Wulon State. Late at night 2 days ago, the elites of the Sword Dynasty passed through Black Swan State and entered Bolton. They officially entered the territory of the European Alliance. The Special Warfare Organization to protect the European Alliance made the most domineering response in the face of this crazy and irrational march. An invincible realm expert of the Shadow Throne personally led the team. 10 experts of the half-step invincible realm, 30 experts of the thunder-shocking realm, more than 500 experts of the fire-flaming realm, and thousands of elites of the ice-condensing chi-controlling realm entered Bolton. They met on a narrow road. Early in the morning 2 days ago, the elite army of the Shadow Throne was completely annihilated. Li Dongcheng of the Sword Dynasty took action in person. The invincible realm expert of the Shadow Throne was completely smashed by a stream of sword energy. The sword formation formed by dozens of experts of the half-step invincible realm of the thunder-shocking realm was directly torn apart by Li Dongcheng. None of the thousands of elites survived. 2 days ago in the evening, the Sword Dynasty officially entered Germany. The 1,500 elites seemed to have completely gone mad, like wolves and tigers. The European Alliance was in chaos. Without organizing a second counterattack, the Sword Dynasty entered France. Straightforward, resolute, cruel, and iron-blooded. Just like the march route announced by the Sword Dynasty at the beginning. Thousands of kilometers away. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. No pause, no hesitation. March. March. Forward with indomitable will. However, from the map, the Sword Dynasty could draw a straight line from Mormons to Fog Capital. All the obstacles were completely shattered in front of the sharpness of Emperor Dong's palace. 24 hours ago, the Sword Dynasty passed through France and officially entered Fog Capital. 20 hours ago, the 2 bases of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital and Fog Capital were completely annihilated. Sword energy flew across the sky, tearing the sky. There was no sign of the enemy. Only the vast sword energy all over the world fell from the sky. 2 swords. Only 2 swords. 2 bases of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital in different directions suddenly exploded. At the same time, the will of the Shadow Throne and the powerful families swept across the entire European continent. The Shadow Throne transferred more than 100,000 elites from all directions to form a joint army to enter Fog Capital. All kinds of armaments were continuously supported. The 2 invincible realm experts of the Shadow Throne, and all the experts of the thunder-shocking realm, and the fire-flaming realm set out at the same time. The 100,000 joint army, the experts of all realms and elites, like a mountain, suddenly pressed against the 1,500 elites of the Sword Dynasty. 14 hours ago, the 1,500 elites of the Sword Dynasty, were almost completely annihilated. Only less than a dozen seriously injured people were missing. More than half of the famous high-level officials of the Purgatory of Heaven capital died in the battle. But the battle was not over. It was even more cruel. Sword light. Sword light. The sword lights that filled the space between heaven and earth were like rainbows. The Sword Dynasty that buried most of the high-level officials was still the Sword Dynasty, because the sword light was still there. The sword light shone. The endless sword energy covered the sky and the earth, mighty and mighty. Its divine power was matchless and unparalleled in the world. The crazy and sharp edge smashed the skyscrapers in the city, tore the streets, and rushed into the crowd. The Purgatory officially arrived. Li Dongqing had no scruples. 25 years, from childhood to adulthood. Too much madness had accumulated in his heart. He wanted to see the whole world. 10 hours ago, 2 invincible realm experts of the Shadow Throne died in the battle. Nearly 60 thundershocking realm experts died in the battle. Less than 10% of the thousands of elites of the Shadow Throne survived. More than half of the 100,000 joint army was lost. In the purgatory of the world, there were mountains of corpses. Li Dongqing's expression was extremely calm from beginning to end. His physical strength was still abundant, and the sword light was still dazzling. The whole city, the whole European continent, and the whole world were trembling under the sword light. This was the era of Emperor Huawu. But it was on the verge of collapse because of the madness of another person. Countless high-tech weapons roared down from the sky, exploded, and the fire soared into the sky. The huge impact completely destroyed the structure of the city. Li Dongqing was moving forward. Artillery fire, the crowd, the army, the so-called elites, a messy battlefield. Anything in front of him was completely torn apart under the sword light. It had no effect. It had no effect on stopping him. He was barehanded. He had no sword in his hand, but the sword energy soared into the sky. He didn't have any worries, nor did he have any worries. His birth itself was a mistake, a tragedy. In that case, what was there to worry about? No force could fight against the whole world. But he, Li Dongqing, could. An hour ago, the headquarters of the Shadow Throne exploded under the sword light. The joint army of less than 10,000 people completely collapsed and began to flee. Li Dongqing did not chase after them. He entered the city from one direction of Fog Capital and slowly walked in another direction. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow. In the scene of Purgatory, the young man, who was only 25 years old this year, looked calm and indifferent. His clothes were as white as snow. He passed by collapsed blocks one after another. He walked through one street after another. An ancient and magnificent castle appeared in his line of sight. It used to be the center of the whole European continent, and it was still a big shadow over the European alliance. They were as rich as a country, and they were strong and valiant. Grand Duke Rothschild's castle. Li Dongqing continued to move forward. In front of the castle, there was a dense crowd of figures. Li Dongqing could not see their faces, because everyone was kneeling in front of the castle, with their heads pressed tightly to the ground. Li Dongqing narrowed his eyes. A voice that was once high and mighty sounded in his ears. The entire Rothschild family pays respect to His Majesty the God of Sword. Chapter 1280. In mid-April, after the end of the third meeting of the European Alliance, the Alliance officially made an announcement. 16 countries, including England, France, Germany, Bolton, Highland, and Italos, cancelled Li Dongqing's wanted order. Emperor Dong's palace had become a thing of the past. The sword garret had disappeared. The sword dynasty officially ruled the European continent. There was no foreshadowing, no detour, and no leeway. The sword dynasty marched into the European continent. The sword dynasty attacked. The sword dynasty destroyed the Shadow Throne. The sword dynasty destroyed the Joint Legion. The sword dynasty stayed in England. Silence, calmness, uproar, and panic. The European Alliance held 3 meetings in a week and finally cancelled Li Dongqing's identity as a wanted criminal in the silence of the whole world. There was no way out. The European Union jumped down from the sky and was utterly humiliated. From beginning to end, Li Dongqing didn't say anything. He didn't need to talk. He just needed to kill. The European alliance had sent 5 special envoys in the past week, and England was particularly anxious. Under the circumstances of heavy losses, they had already pinched their noses and admitted the fact that they had suffered heavy losses. They had lost face, and they wanted to regain some of it. The combat power that Li Dongqing had shown in Fog City had completely shaken the entire dark world. The outside world generally believed that Li Dongqing's strength was infinitely close to the Emperor of Huawu. If they could get in touch with such a person first, whether it was asking for a way out or some in-depth cooperation or support plan, as long as Li Dongqing was willing to agree, they could talk. They wanted to talk. But Li Dongqing didn't want to. All 5 special envoys died on the way to see Li Dongqing, which completely showed Li Dongqing's attitude. Many countries in the European continent were silent. But there were also stubborn people. For example, the Kingdom of Bolton. After the death of the 5th special envoy was sent back to the alliance, the old king of the Kingdom of Bolton was furious. He couldn't find Li Dongqing, but he called the Sword Dynasty immediately, warning them to follow the rules of the European continent, and warning Li Dongqing not to go too far. Warning. That night, the old king of the Kingdom of Bolton mysteriously disappeared. Not death, but inexplicably he disappeared. Nearly 100 elite imperial guards of the Kingdom of Bolton disappeared with the king. The whole European continent was completely silent. In the extremely cold attitude of the Sword Dynasty, everyone could feel the extreme cruelty and madness behind Li Dongqing's calmness. The madman didn't care about anything. He didn't care about the so-called benefits, status, power, wealth, or the future of the Sword Dynasty. When I am invincible, those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. After I die, I don't care about the flood. He didn't care about anything, which meant that if they couldn't be sure that they could kill him, any threats or negotiations would be meaningless. The European Union didn't try to reason with the madman. The European continent completely cancelled Li Dongqing's wanted order. This was the most direct compromise they could make when they had no way out of this embarrassing situation. Their attitude was also very clear. Since they could not do anything to Li Dongqing, even if they lost face, they did not want to court death. Sword Dynasty. This new name and the framework of Emperor Dong's palace after Nirvana instantly attracted the attention of the whole world. Everyone was waiting for the Sword Dynasty's next move, and the reaction of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Standing at the heart of the struggle, the Sword Dynasty started to expand at an unreasonable speed. Li Dongqing's name shone in the dark world. The sword light traveled all over the European continent. At the end of May, the power of the Purgatory of Heaven capital in the European continent was completely wiped out. The European continent was bleeding every day. The Purgatory of Heaven capital was also bleeding. 12 bases of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Li Dongqing met a lot of people. Some were loyal to the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Some were old people who had joined the Purgatory of Heaven capital from Emperor Dong's palace for the sake of the Li family. Some were opportunists with big plans. Some were naive, and some claimed to be the spy of the Sword Garret in the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Li Dongqing could see their minds and knew that there might be some of his own people here. But he didn't care. Under the monstrous sword light, the 12 bases exploded one by one. His own people, loyal opportunists, and the old people of the Li family. Go to hell. Blood stained the land one after another. Wherever Li Dongqing's sword light passed, there were no holy spirits or whole corpses. The name of the sword god resounded all over the world. This was the name given to Li Dongqing by the whole Rothschild family when they begged for mercy. With the accumulation of names, it was like a certain crown, completely worn on Li Dongqing's head. The sword light, like the eternal night of blood, was boiling wantonly in the European continent. It also made the Li family and the Purgatory of Heaven capital see Li Dongqing and the Sword Dynasty clearly. This new power that was sweeping the European continent was the nirvana of Emperor Dong's palace. But this time, there was no entanglement between the Sword Dynasty and the Li family. There was no affection, no past, only blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth, only blood for blood, and death. There was no fluke. The anger of the Li family, the panic in the hearts of countless old people who had been loyal to Emperor Dong's palace, and then joined the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Because fear and survival pressure made the Purgatory of Heaven capital more united and cohesive, it didn't matter. Li Dongqing didn't care. Just kill them all. At the beginning of June, the Sword Dynasty expanded to the northern part of the European continent. In the past decade, the territory and interests of the Sword Garret that had been swallowed by the Purgatory of Heaven capital returned to the Sword Dynasty. The Sword God attacked in the northern part of the European continent. Just one sword strike. The 6th place on the World Divine List, an expert at the peak of the Invincible Realm. The leader of the Dark Knights, Dark Knight, was seriously injured. The Dark Knights merged into the Sword Dynasty and formed the Dark Legion. The leader of the Dark Knights, Dark Knight, served as the commander of the Dark Legion, codenamed Xiao Tian. A good dog. The new bases of the Sword Dynasty began to appear blatantly in all parts of the European continent. From 1 to 2, to 3 to 4. The headquarters of the Sword Dynasty moved again to Atalos. The Sword Dynasty officially occupied the former Holy Land. The former Holy Emperor Palace was renamed the Sword God Region. The place where he first killed people when he entered the secular world became the first base of the dynasty in the European continent. The second base was in England. The Sword Dynasty occupied the ancient castle of the Grand Duke of Rothschild and began to improve the surrounding facilities with the castle as the center. To everyone's surprise, the location of the third base was chosen. The third base of the Sword Dynasty was actually built in the Kingdom of Bolton. The old king of the Kingdom of Bolton was still missing, and the new king gave the greatest degree of cooperation to all the requirements of the Sword Dynasty. The other countries of the European alliance realized this, and started to curse the missing old fox of the Kingdom of Bolton. The old king, who didn't have much time left, exchanged his life for the chance for the royal family of Bolton to cling to the Sword God when the Sword Dynasty rose. He was resolute and decisive, like a gambler who had put all his chips on the line. The fourth base of the Sword Dynasty was the headquarters of the Dark Knights, which had become the base of the Dark Legion. Since the structure of the Dark Legion was perfect, the will of the Sword God was unimpeded in the northern part of the European continent. The storm of the rise of the Sword Dynasty swept across the entire European continent with extreme sharpness. The situation was changing all the time. Rothschild, the Holy Land, the Dark Knights, the Shadow Throne. The four forces that used to hover over the dark world of the European continent were completely gone with the rise of the Sword God. The tide of the new era was howling. That year, Emperor Huawu occupied the subcontinent. He was still at the peak of his power and was even on the rise. But in a daze, everyone seemed to feel that the era that belonged to Emperor Huawu was changing. However, the rolling general trend was rapidly fading away from the original glory at a speed that no one had expected. The shadow of the heavenly Emperor Huawu in the dark world had begun to fade rapidly when he was still at his peak. The age of the Sword God it had already ushered in Chunxi. Dawn was about to break. Italian Los. Sword God Domain. The Sword Dynasty held their second meeting since its establishment. The meeting was convened in the name of Li Dongqing. In reality, the ones in charge of this meeting were Dongqing and the Shura. Li Dongqing seemed to be tired. He had returned to the place where the Saint Emperor had died. Every day, he would spend most of his time quietly sitting there in a daze. Aside from the occasional conversation with Dongqing during meals, he would spend most of his time by himself, not saying a single word. It wasn't until the higher-ups of the Sword Dynasty arrived at the Sword God region and entered the conference room with a large number of angel sculptures that Li Dongqing found out about the existence of this conference. Only then did Dongqing drag him into the conference room. He was still sitting in the main seat, quietly, not saying a word. The number of higher-ups of the Sword Dynasty had been reduced by more than half compared to the gathering in Mormons. The conference room was empty. However, everyone's faces were filled with an almost unconcealable fanaticism, especially the old people who had existed during the peak of Emperor Dong's palace. In these 2 months, they really felt as if the world had been reincarnated. It was as if they had returned to more than 20 years ago, to the time when Emperor Dong's palace was invincible in the dark world. In that era, the glory of Emperor Dong shone upon the entire dark world. Now that Emperor Dong had fallen, the glory was still there. His indifference, his cruelty, his indifference, it didn't matter. This was the Sword Dynasty. He sat there. He was the Sword God, the god of the Sword Dynasty. The atmosphere in the conference room was extremely lively. Everyone was excitedly discussing the future of the Sword Dynasty. There were countless development directions, countless development plans, involving various fields and countless data. The higher-ups who were thirsty from talking would glance at Li Dongqing, then continue to speak excitedly. From the beginning to the end, Li Dongqing only said one sentence. He appointed Dongqing as the chief administrative officer of the Sword Dynasty, responsible for all matters of the Sword Dynasty. He appointed Shura as the chief of staff of the Sword Dynasty, responsible for all the fighting forces of the Sword Dynasty. Then there was silence. He would take revenge, but it had nothing to do with the Sword Dynasty. Therefore, when the higher-ups of the Sword Dynasty were discussing this matter, he felt that it had nothing to do with him. Do whatever you want, as long as you are happy. He sat on his seat and looked at the angel with its wings spread out in front of him, lost in thought. Then, the topic of the higher-ups' discussion suddenly shifted to him. Actually, if your Majesty had accepted Rothschild's allegiance, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble today. The Rothschild family will become our puppet, and their assets will be transferred to Dynasty's name. This way, our strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Unlike now, the Rothschild family's assets are right there. Although no one dares to snatch them from us, it's not easy to swallow them bit by bit and digest them. The old man who spoke sighed. He hesitated and smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, if you encounter something like this next time, I hope your Majesty will think twice. Li Dongqing's eyes moved, and his gaze fell on the person who spoke. He asked, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The old man suddenly felt a chill and avoided Li Dongqing's gaze. Rothschild's fate was extremely tragic. Led by Paul, an expert at the peak of the invincible realm, the entire Rothschild family had knelt in front of Li Dongqing when the fog capital fell. They put down all their modesty and dignity, as well as all their arrogance and glory. But none of this was forgiven by Li Dongqing. Paul, the patriarch of Rothschild, had his limbs cut off. His head was cut off and hung in front of Rothschild's castle. None of the Rothschild family was spared. He did not accept any form of surrender or pleading. He did not like Rothschild. If he did not like them, he would just kill them. As for the benefits, there will be no next time. Li Dongqing said indifferently, I don't want anyone to question my decision. The people I want to kill, no matter what the reason is, they must die if I want them to die. They may have value, but it doesn't matter. If any of you think it's a pity, you can say it. I don't mind sending you down to find them. Do you understand? There was dead silence in the conference room. Everyone lowered their heads and did not say a word. Don't be so agitated. Dongqing chuckled. That's not what old Shui meant. He just wanted to quickly take over Rothschild's profits. Looking at it from another perspective, since they kneeled in front of you and chose to serve you, calling you your Majesty, the God of Swords, then temporarily sparing their lives isn't a big deal. Wait until you've squeezed out all of their value before killing them. That way, they can die a more painful death. Li Dongqing was silent for a moment. He could ignore anyone, but he could not ignore his own sister. I don't like them. He thought for a moment and continued, and when I appeared in front of them, Paul was kneeling, and he spoke English. Dongqing blinked her eyes. They grew up in Europe, so they were naturally familiar with English. No matter how nonsensical the reason was, Li Dongqing finally began to reluctantly give his own explanation. He said, I don't understand. The expressions of all the higher-ups of Sword Dynasty froze in the bright light. Li Dongqing shook his head and stood up. I'm tired. You guys have fun. He turned around and slowly walked out of the conference room. Expansion and contraction were the eternal themes of the Dark World. On the day that Sword Dynasty established its 30th base in Iceland, more than 40 envoys representing the European alliance personally arrived with a long list of gifts to congratulate them. That year, Li Dongqing was 30 years old. The European alliance officially recognized the position of Sword Dynasty and called the God of Swords the guardian of the European alliance. Sword Dynasty had the right to transfer special warfare departments and special warfare elites to join Sword Dynasty. This was an unprecedented expansion. The tentacles of Sword Dynasty were extremely ferocious and penetrated deep into the core of the European alliance. This year, the number of Sword Dynasty bases in the world had exceeded 90. They were all over Europe, Iceland, America, Africa, Australia. The Golden Age was brilliant. It was like the sun in the sky. The once brilliant light of the purgatory of heaven capital was constantly dissipating. Wherever Sword Dynasty passed, there was no longer any sound from the purgatory of heaven capital. 5 years. The Lee family lost nearly half. The size of the purgatory of heaven capital shrank by nearly half. Not everyone was not afraid of death. Even the elites and core of the Lee family had also begged for mercy and surrendered before they died. Some of them were loyal to the purgatory of heaven capital, and some were even friends of Li Dongqing's father. But all of this was meaningless in front of Li Dongqing. He did not accept any form of surrender, nor did he care about loyalty. Anyone from the purgatory of heaven capital and the Li family, as long as they appeared in front of him, would always end up the same way. They would die without a whole body. Emperor Huawu was still looking down at the subcontinent, with high majesty. But everyone knew very well that he was watching himself lose everything, little by little. He lost what he had been desperately guarding for most of his life. The European continent began to do its best to support Sword Dynasty, including England. Massive resources were sent to Sword Dynasty almost every day. God of Swords, Guardian of Europe. This title had a real meaning. In this name, Sword Dynasty could legitimately draw the freshest blood from the European countries and annex all other forces. Sword Dynasty's power outside the European continent was still expanding. In the European continent, the 3 words Sword Dynasty had become the only dark power in the European continent. It was a supreme power. But in a decade, Sword Dynasty and Sword God were constantly approaching Emperor Dong's palace and Emperor Dong. A large number of angel sculptures from the Holy Emperor Palace were still preserved in the Sword God region. The olive branch had been taken away. The Holy Sword, which symbolized standing and conquering, still existed. Holy Emperor Palace had been expanded and looked bigger, but it was still quiet inside, filled with a lot of women's cosmetics and perfume. The faintly discernible sword qi had been hidden under this smell for a long time. Dongqing, dressed in formal clothes, walked in the bright corridor of the Sword God region. Beautiful women with different styles could be seen everywhere on both sides. There was no uniform dress. Jeans, high heels, stockings, short skirts, shorts, lace dresses, women dressed in all kinds of clothes were gorgeously dressed, laughing and chatting. Dongqing's eyes were calm. She had already adapted to the scene in front of her. This was the world of women ruled by the Sword God. The women here had different identities and nationalities. Most of them were between 20 and 30 years old. There were Hollywood superstars, noble ladies from various aristocratic families, talented female scientists, female entrepreneurs, royal princesses, even royal concubines, international students, special agents from various countries. Whether it was a mess or a gathering of heroes, there was a rich variety of women here. Pure, enchanting, charming, wild, quiet, elegant, noble, proud, cold. What was a lot of beauties? Only after entering the Sword God region could one truly understand the power and charm of this word. In every corner of the Sword God region, beauties could be seen everywhere, and there were even groups of them that were gorgeously dressed. However, in an environment where there were no ordinary people to serve as a foil to the beauties around them, they were still able to maintain their own charm and restraint. This was a true beauty. And they were all women of the Sword God. Not in name, but in reality, they had been in the Sword God's bed. A few hundred, a few thousand, even more. Just how many people were there? Dongqing was too lazy to count. She didn't even ask for their names, let alone their origins. Every time he vented, he would throw them out. Li Dongqing, who would throw them out after venting, would never know. In the past few years, there were more and more women in the Sword God region. Every year, there were those who were kicked out, those who were sent in, and those who were personally killed by Li Dongqing. In any case, every time she saw them, Dongqing felt like she was looking at a group of new pets. From a certain point of view, this could be said to be the European alliance's support for Li Dongcheng. It could also be said to be a test. The sound of high heels hitting the ground echoed in the corridor. Dongcheng pulled a young woman in a white miniskirt and asked, "Where is Dongcheng?" "His Majesty is with Princess Linnell." The young woman who was being pulled subconsciously bowed, not daring to be disrespectful at all. They naturally knew Li Dongcheng's whereabouts. "Who is Linnell?" Dongcheng frowned. "It's the little princess of the Bansi royal family. She came to visit His Majesty half a month ago, and His Majesty allowed her to stay," the young woman said carefully. She was also from a noble family in England, but in front of Dongcheng, she was like a mouse seeing a cat. Her scalp went numb. There were no guards in the Sword God region, only the Sword God and his women, and the Sword God's sister. However, Dongcheng rarely stayed here, but these people were very familiar with Dongcheng. In the past, there had been many newly favored women who used the Sword God's favor to criticize Dongcheng. Dongcheng had personally killed a few of them, but most of them were directly killed by His Majesty the Sword God. After this happened many times, no one dared to throw a tantrum at Dongcheng anymore. "Lead the way." Dongcheng frowned. The young woman bowed slightly and quickly led the way. Dongcheng followed behind, passing through one hallway after another. Finally, she heard a sobbing and pleading voice. There was obviously more than one voice. Instead, several voices were mixed together, charming and sweet. The young woman who personally led the way blushed, but didn't dare to move forward. Dongcheng walked over and knocked on the door. The room instantly quieted down. Then Li Dongcheng said, "Scram." The sound of clothes being put on could be heard in the room. The door opened, and one by one, beautiful women with rosy cheeks walked out of the room. They neatly stood in a row in front of Dongcheng. Every one of them respectfully bowed to Dongcheng, not daring to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Dongcheng couldn't be bothered to count how many people there were in this row. When one's strength reached Li Dongcheng's level, if he wanted to play, he could play forever. Even telling him to take care of his body was meaningless. She was a little annoyed, so she waved her hand and told them to leave. The sound of the window opening could be heard in the room. The sword chi formed a strong wind, blowing out all the ambiguous atmosphere in the room from the window. Dongcheng walked into the room. Li Dongcheng was already wearing a white robe embroidered with a dragon. Seeing Dongcheng come in, he poured a cup of tea for her. Dongcheng sat down and took a sip, not saying anything. "Cousin, are you angry?" Li Dongcheng asked. She didn't know when it started, but Li Dongcheng had changed the way he called her. It was a way to control himself, to remind himself. "No." Dongcheng shook her head. "You should know what these women and the people behind them are thinking." "Of course." Li Dongcheng nodded. "The European alliance's support for us is also a test. They can't find a flaw in me, so they want to create a flaw in me so that they can bind us together. They don't have to worry about me flipping the table. I don't have a child, so in their eyes, it's an opportunity. If one of those things outside is pregnant with my child, I will have a weakness. But how is that possible? It's just for fun. If cousin is unhappy, I can make them scram anytime." "Actually," Dongcheng hesitated and said with difficulty, "having a child, it should be good, right?" "I am the same as you. I don't plan to have a child." Li Dongcheng shook his head. "Then Sword Dynasty." Dongcheng frowned. "Why does sister care about this?" Li Dongcheng smiled. "It starts with me and ends with me." Dongcheng was silent for a while, then changed the topic. "It's almost the Qingming festival." "I will remember. Let's go see Godfather together." "Still not seeing Elder Lin." "No. Someone from Zhongzhou is here. He wants to talk to you." His rank is not low. He is a counselor, so his words should carry some weight. He probably wants to invite you to Zhongzhou. It's obvious that he is on the opposite side of Li Huawu." "I don't want to see him. I don't need their invitation to go to Zhongzhou. Who do they think they are?" Li Dongcheng shook his head. "Kill him." Dongcheng nodded and responded casually. She continued. "The power of the purgatory of heaven capital has been eliminated. The Li family's influence has completely disappeared in the European continent, Snow Country, America, Africa, and Australia. Next, only the subcontinent is left. Li Dongqing took a sip of tea and said lightly, "If that's the case, let's go to Dongdu tomorrow." Tomorrow? Dongqing was a bit surprised. Li Dongqing nodded. "It's just killing. What else do I need to prepare?" He would go to Dongdu tomorrow. Dongqing left the Sword God region and began to convey the Sword God's orders to the Sword Dynasty. Everyone was caught off guard and started to get busy. That night, a beam of sword light rose from the Sword God region. The sword energy lit up the whole Sword God region. Li Dongqing, the Sword God, broke through again. The Sword Dynasty. A cold and chilly voice echoed in the palace of East Island. "He's here in East Island." There was dead silence in the magnificent laboratory. In recent years, every time the high-level meeting of the Purgatory of Heaven capital was held, the atmosphere was so depressing. "What? Are you all mute?" The Heavenly Emperor of Huawu, who was over 50 years old, suddenly raised his voice, and his voice became sharper and sharper. The conference room was full of people. Around the conference table, there was also a circle of screens. The high-level people who were not in East Island sat on the other side of the screen, silent with their colleagues in the conference room. Actually, there's nothing to say. Beside the Heavenly Emperor of Huawu, Daybreak, an expert at the peak of the invincible realm who ranked 5th on the divine list, slowly said, "We have known Li Dongqing's attitude for a long time. He is a madman and he doesn't care about his previous relationship with the Li family." The corner of Li Huawu's mouth twitched. Everyone present looked a little strange. The previous relationship with the Li family. What was there to care about? Could you care about it? Daybreak's voice continued. He didn't intend to let us live at all. In the beginning it was Huazhang. In the past few years, all the elites of the Li family who died in his hands were lessons from his mistakes. Everyone here knows that with the character of that madman, if we fall into his hands, what will happen to us? We, our families, our friends, everything we care about, everything we cherish will be completely destroyed by that madman. The situation has come to this point. In front of us, there are only 4 words. You or I live. So it's meaningless to say anything else. We can only fight to the death. If we win, we live together. If we lose, we die together. Of course, we can also beg for mercy. If the Sword God is in a good mood, he may let you go. Amidst the deathly silence, a voice rang out once more. Kill. At worst, we will die. We have no way out. The atmosphere in the conference room became active. In a situation where there was no way out, everyone's attitude was surprisingly consistent. Fight to the death. The Heavenly Emperor of Huawu silently listened to the speeches in every corner. Suddenly he looked up at a middle-aged man sitting opposite Daybreak. What did Zhongzhou State say? The Heavenly Emperor of Huawu suddenly asked. The middle-aged man looked solemn and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, Zhongzhou State wants to know, between you and Sword God Li Dongqing, who is stronger and who is weaker, and how big the gap is. The Heavenly Emperor of Huawu fell silent. Everyone also fell silent, and looked at the Heavenly Emperor of Huawu. After the rise of the Sword Dynasty, it swept all the way. The Purgatory of Heaven capital had resisted. But the Heavenly Emperor of Huawu did not make a move from beginning to end. The current number 1 person on the divine list kept strangely silent, and gave in. Who was stronger, the Heavenly Emperor or the Sword God? Everyone was very concerned about this question. Now the Sword Dynasty had 2 experts at the peak of the invincible realm, not including Li Dongqing. One was Azura. The other was Xiao Tian. In addition to the special warfare elites transferred from various countries in the European alliance, such a force was no worse than the Purgatory of Heaven capital. There was even one more expert at the peak of the invincible realm. In this way, the comparison of the strength of the leaders of the 2 sides became the key of the key. Does it make sense to ask this question? Daybreak raised his eyebrows and sneered. Is Zhongzhou State going to quit because His Majesty is no match for Li Dongqing? Don't forget, the current East Island is not the East Island decades ago. The middle-aged man representing the parliament of Zhongzhou State moved the corner of his mouth, but he remained silent. Indeed, from the standpoint of the country, Zhongzhou State also had no way out, because the current East Island was completely different from decades ago. No one could deny that the heavenly emperor of Huawu was an absolutely powerful figure. Not only force. In terms of power, he was also the top of the top. Li Huawu, the heavenly emperor of Huawu. It was not easy for East Island to accept such an heavenly emperor. And the heavenly emperor of Huawu had been expanding his power since he came to power. Today, with the power of the Dark World, the heavenly emperor of Huawu had taken back the real power from the cabinet. The cabinet had almost become a puppet of the royal family. In the past 2 decades, Zhongzhou State had sent people to East Island 3 times, each time on a larger scale. In total, nearly 9 million young people from Zhongzhou State had come to East Island. The royal family fully cooperated in this regard, giving these young people all kinds of favorable treatment and support strategies for their descendants. These 9 million young people from Zhongzhou State had formed the same number of families from Zhongzhou State, and their children were also named with the surnames of Zhongzhou State. Zhongzhou State's progress step by step depended on the support of the heavenly emperor of Huawu. According to the current situation, within 30 to 50 years, inside East Island, most people would be from Zhongzhou State. At that time, East Island would still look like East Island, but in fact, it would be equivalent to the special provincial administrative area of Zhongzhou State. They were all from Zhongzhou State, had the surnames of Zhongzhou State, learned the history of Zhongzhou State, and spoke Chinese. After generations of development, when the fruit of victory was harvested, it was imaginable how much benefit Zhongzhou State would get. And all of this was inseparable from the heavenly emperor of Huawu. Retreat? Zhongzhou State had no way to retreat. They couldn't give up a new, incomparably developed and prosperous province in the future. Nor could they give up the people that were sent here. So no matter whether the heavenly emperor of Huawu was a match for the sword god or not, they had to help him defend this crisis. No matter what the meaning is, since you asked, I can tell you. The heavenly emperor of Huawu raised his hand and interrupted Daybreak's further development. His expression was a little complicated, and he said in a low voice, "Here he can't do anything to me." This sentence clearly showed who was superior and who was inferior. Here Li Dongqing couldn't do anything to him. Many people knew why that was the case. Because since the rise of the Sword Dynasty, the Purgatory of Heaven capital began to build its own weapon system, and at the same time, moved the people around the imperial palace. The entire Dongdu, the area where the imperial palace was located, had become a forbidden area for ordinary people in Dongdu. All the people living here were imperial guards, the army of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, the elites of the Li family. In just a few years, the heavenly emperor of Huawu had installed hundreds of automatic and semi-automatic weapon systems around the imperial palace. As long as the weapon system was activated, the firepower of the imperial palace could cover every inch of land in the entire urban area. At that time, no matter how many people from the Sword Dynasty came, they would die. This was a completely defensive posture, and they had built their own home into a turtle shell. With this weapon system, the heavenly emperor of Huawu thought that Li Dongqing, who was unarmed, couldn't do anything to him. The conference room became even quieter. In fact, His Highness Daybreak is completely right. Now we have no way out. The middle-aged man representing Zhongzhou State stood up and said calmly, "This is a strategy, but I can guarantee that the Purgatory of Heaven capital won't fight alone this time. Zhongzhou State will be your strongest support." No one wanted a force like the Sword Dynasty to enter East Island and the subcontinent. This represented a huge uncontrollable risk. Because no one could control the Sword Dynasty, and no one could control Li Dongqing. The Sword Dynasty had now spread everywhere except the subcontinent. If they were allowed to occupy the subcontinent, it meant that the entire Dark World would no longer exist. Or rather, by then, the Sword Dynasty would be the Dark World. The Dark World would be the Sword Dynasty. No country could extract any benefits from the Dark World. Instead, because of the uniqueness of the Sword Dynasty, they had to promise them more things. Zhongzhou State would not accept such a situation. Similarly, the Wang family of Beihai, who also had a huge hatred for the sword god Li Dongqing, would not accept such a situation either. When the Sword Dynasty completely rose, they would be the most natural ally of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. The Border Control Corps of Zhongzhou State has 50,000 elites, and the 4 Special Warfare Headquarters are already near the sea area of East Island. They can enter East Island at any time. The middle-aged man said calmly. In addition, the Wang family of Beihai, 50,000 elites of the Beihai Corps, the Guards Corps of Mount Dibing, and the Heaven Punishment Troop of Beihai can also enter East Island as soon as possible. We also contacted Mrs. Song Ci and got confirmation. 20 experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, 6 of the half-step invincible realm, and Mrs. Song Ci, who is at the peak of the invincible realm, will all come to East Island. At the moment of life and death, since there is no way out, we might as well fight to the death. For this, Zhongzhou State only has one request. Kill the Sword God and destroy the Lin clan. The next chapter will be the end of Li Dongqing's story. In fact, I've always wanted to write a big chapter. But after the COVID-19 vaccine, I've been sleepy and my arm hurts. I can't get enough sleep no matter how much I sleep. I feel terrible. Chapter 1281. It came out of the blue. It was like making up one's mind when one was eating, sleeping, or drinking. Then he slapped his thigh and made up his mind. There was no deep consideration or strategizing. After Sword Dynasty wiped out all the forces of the Purgatory of Heaven capital outside of the subcontinent, everyone thought that Sword Dynasty should rest and digest the fruits of victory. When they were plotting against East Island, Sword Dynasty marched into the subcontinent in a very high-profile manner. The entire Sword Dynasty was in chaos, because they were not prepared for this at all. God of Sword made the decision casually, but for everyone in Sword Dynasty, this was an order that had to be carried out. They were almost in a flurry, because Sword Dynasty started to gather elite forces from many bases around the world, and sent them to East Island. In less than 24 hours after Li Dongqing decided to go to East Island, the first batch of elites from Sword Dynasty had arrived at East Island from all over the world. 8,000 people. Sword Dynasty was still mobilizing people. 2 experts at the peak of the invincible realm, Azura and Xiaotian, arrived at East Island as soon as possible. Without any preparation, the Sword Dynasty was still sending out orders for the elites to go to the subcontinent. The battle plan was so rough that it made people want to cry. Because it happened so suddenly, Sword Dynasty was expected to start an all-out war with the Purgatory of Heaven capital in a week. The first batch of elites to enter East Island was 8,000 people. A week later, 40,000 elites would enter East Island officially and fight with the Purgatory of Heaven capital. The battle plan was still being improved. All the members of Sword Dynasty's think tank were working overtime to perfect all kinds of details and replenish all kinds of materials and armaments. Where to start first, how to divide the battlefield of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, how to cooperate with the 40,000 people in action, how to quickly erode the interests of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. All kinds of plans were made, modified, and slightly adjusted. Then they were reported to the headquarters of the Divine Sword region, and handed over to Dongqing. Li Dongqing didn't look at those battle plans that were being improved. He didn't even know there was such a thing. For him, he was indifferent to the so-called wealth and power from the bottom of his heart. Since the establishment of Sword Dynasty, Purgatory of Heaven capital was the target of Sword Dynasty. He wanted the Emperor of Huawu to see with his own eyes that he lost everything he worked for little by little. The so-called glory, history, inheritance of the Li family, and the stubbornness of so many people were all rubbish that was not worth mentioning. Therefore, when the Purgatory of Heaven capital and the Li family could no longer be found outside the subcontinent, they would march into the subcontinent and end everything. He didn't want to wait, and was too lazy to wait. He was even more lazy to prepare anything. He wanted to wipe out the entire Li family. The Sword Dynasty was responsible for destroying the entire Purgatory of Heaven capital. Even if the Sword Dynasty failed, it would be fine as long as all of them were annihilated. He never had any expectations for them, so naturally, he would not be disappointed. At most, it would be more troublesome for him, and he would be annihilated again. Without the Li family, what was the Purgatory of Heaven capital? Therefore, while the Sword Dynasty was still deploying troops to various bases around the world to perfect the so-called battle plan, He was the ruler of the Sword Dynasty. The sword god, Li Dongcheng, had already entered the eastern capital. There were no elite guards, no trusted aides, and no beautiful woman by his side. Alone and unarmed, his figure appeared on the streets of Dongdu. The power of East Island locked onto Li Dongcheng immediately. Inside the palace, all the higher-ups of the Purgatory of Heaven capital and foreign aid were gathered together. Li Dongcheng's figure appeared on the huge screen. The sword god on the screen was calm and almost leisurely. He walked through the bustling streets, the bluestone alleys of Dongdu, and approached the city where the palace was located. The eastern capital seemed to have formed two worlds. Most of the city was still bustling. On the other hand, the entire district near the imperial palace was deathly silent and extremely cold. There were no civilians or peddlers here. This was a battlefield. Li Dongcheng entered the battlefield. In the extremely depressing and cold environment, the sword god's young and calm voice rang through the entire city in an instant. "Uncle, won't you invite me for a cup of tea?" This was the first time Li Dongcheng called himself that. His voice kept roaring between heaven and earth, swept over the palace, and penetrated directly into the conference room of the palace. The sword energy was piercingly cold. There was dead silence in the conference room. After a short silence, intense anger completely broke out. Arrogant, ignorant boy. He's alone. Who does he think he is? How dare he come to the headquarters of the Li family alone? Does he think he is the incarnation of East Emperor? This is a great opportunity. He's the only one. Don't let him run away. Today we must kill him here. If he escapes, there will be endless troubles in the future. The crowd was excited. Everyone was talking at once. In the noise, the heavenly emperor of Huawu, who was standing at the front of the crowd, did not speak. He had his back to everyone, so no one could see his expression or eyes. The sword energy flew in the air with the sound. The pupils of the heavenly emperor of Huawu had contracted to the extreme. Li Dongcheng continued to move forward. He was neither fast nor slow, but the entire city seemed to tremble with his footsteps. One sword light after another bloomed from his body. His aura began to rise continuously, as if it would never end. The sword light turned into one piece after another. Countless sword lights converged into a torrent and turned into a monstrous wave. Li Dongcheng was still moving forward. His figure seemed to have completely turned into a sea of sword energy. The incomparably crazy sword energy kept spreading with him as the center, hitting the entire city and covering the sky and the earth. A clear light curtain appeared at the edge of the city around the palace. The light screen flickered with a blood-red light under the setting sun, sealing off every direction of the city. Li Dongcheng smiled with some satisfaction. It was faint but extremely cold. Those light curtains were his sword chi cages. His sword energy blocked the entire city. In other words, as long as he didn't die today, all the people in this city, none of them could live. In the distance, the voice of the heavenly emperor of Huawu came from the direction of the palace. "Good nephew, not only tea, but also good wine and meat. You can walk in front of me." Li Dongcheng's figure suddenly flashed. When he appeared again, he was already 100 meters away. The majestic and magnificent palace of East Island was hidden in the nearby buildings, vague and mysterious. In this case then, Li Dongcheng's voice was indifferent. "Serve the dishes." At the same time, in the conference room of the palace, the heavenly emperor of Huawu had pressed a red button in front of him without hesitation. Boom! The sudden explosion seemed to be the only sound in the world for a moment. Front, back, left, and right, billowing smoke rose from all directions of the city. The artillery fire exploded in the most intense way. The target was Li Dongcheng. The setting sun completely disappeared. The moment night fell, the artillery fire completely burned the night sky. Island bomb. Thousands of fully automatic and semi-automatic weapon systems in the palace were completely connected. The outermost island bomb array was all activated. The warhead rose into the air with a ferocious tail flame, and fell precisely and quickly. Li Dongcheng didn't dodge, nor did he look up. He kept moving forward. It was the coldness and madness that ignored everything. The temperature of East Island dropped. The chilling coldness spread in the city. The temperature inside the city dropped dozens of degrees in the blink of an eye. The extremely dazzling sword energy gushed out around Li Dongqing. Li Dongqing completely turned into a ball of light. The warhead with terrifying lethality fell into the ball of light. The earth-shattering explosion suddenly surged. The turbulent explosion with high temperature formed a blast wave visible to the naked eye. The whole block disappeared the moment the loud bang sounded. The shops, streets, buildings, and trees were all lifted up by the violent explosion. They were all broken and collapsed. It was a mess. The artillery shells didn't stop. They kept falling like raindrops and smashed into the ball of light that was still moving forward. Destruction. Destruction. Extinction. There was no intact place around the ball of light, and there was no shelter. But the ball of light was still moving forward. It didn't seem to be hindered at all. It wasn't fast, but it kept moving forward. The sound of gunshots and artillery shells blended together. It seemed that they would never stop. The ball of light made of sword energy completely covered Li Dongqing. He didn't do anything unnecessary. Resist. He just resisted. The artillery shells that were enough to blow up a large city completely covered the sky. They poured down from the sky and smashed into the ball of light. The blast wave and fire kept spreading. The city started to catch fire with billowing smoke. But the ball of light didn't show any sign of weakening. Instead, it got brighter and brighter. No one could see Li Dongqing's expression in the ball of light. But the emperor of Huawu in the meeting room of the palace looked calm and indifferent from the beginning to the end. Thousands of weapon systems were being unlocked as Li Dongqing got closer. Island bombs, artillery shells, armor-piercing grenades, rocket launchers, long-range rapid-fire machine guns, high-temperature laser arrays, and dozens of hundreds of weapons were all overloaded. They were consuming Li Dongqing's physical strength. He could block it. The emperor of Huawu wasn't surprised. The sword energy was so abundant. When the sword energy turned into something substantial, it was completely indestructible. If it were him, he could also block it. What he cared about was how much physical strength Li Dongqing would consume in this process. 3 hours. In the royal palace district, the incessant sound of cannon fire had been heard for 3 whole hours. Countless weapons had been used one after another, and half of the buildings in the district had been completely destroyed. The fire was still burning, and the billowing smoke had completely covered the night sky. The ball of light was still shining. There was no change at all. A large number of armed helicopters and armored vehicles appeared in the messy battlefield. The second round of artillery bombardment roared again. Li Dongqing, who had been resisting the artillery bombardment but couldn't find the enemy, finally sped up a little. The ball of light began to flash faster and faster, higher and higher. Streaks of light and shadow appeared in the sky full of artillery bombardment. The speed of the streaks of light and shadow was so fast that each streak of light and shadow left dense afterimages. The streaks of light and artillery bombardment spread everywhere. The sharp edges crisscrossed in the night sky. The helicopters in the sky and the armored vehicles on the ground exploded in the flashing streaks of light and shadow, turning into scrap metal. Burning fireballs fell one after another. A large number of armored vehicles were overturned and exploded on the spot. No one could see where Li Dongqing was anymore, because the sky and the ground were all flashing streaks of light and shadow. Straightforward, neat, resolute, and domineering. Every time Li Dongqing flashed, it represented absolute destruction and killing. The whole city was completely boiling. Light and fire intertwined, forming a burning and extremely broken purgatory. Gunshots rang out in the purgatory like the roar of a rainstorm. Li Dongqing had walked through half of the city. A large number of elites from the purgatory of Heaven capital rushed up from every building in front. On the ground, on the tall buildings, and in the air, there were figures everywhere. Gunfire crisscrossed. Extremely intense flames began to burn. Electric arcs began to crisscross and fall in the sky full of sword energy. Countless elites of the ice-condensing mirror began to work together. A large number of ice cones attacked with bullets in the flames and electric light. They passed through the sky full of artillery bombardment and the torrent of steel. They finally saw someone. The Li family. The Li family. Li Dongqing, who had been hiding in the light ball of sword energy, appeared in front of the Li family for the first time. But there were too many Li Dongcheng in front of them. In the endless attacks, the flickering shadows that had not yet dissipated all turned into Li Dongcheng. The sword energy was constantly crisscrossed and released. Every sword energy also turned into Li Dongcheng. There were more and more Li Dongcheng. They spread from dozens to hundreds in an instant, and then from hundreds to thousands. The sword energy kept splitting, and the whole city seemed to be completely occupied by Li Dongcheng. They were not sword energy clones. Every Li Dongcheng was a beam of his sword energy, a sword energy from the sword god. No one could tell where Li Dongcheng's real body was anymore. For these elites, it was meaningless even if they could tell, because both the real body and the sword energy were fatal dangers to them. Li Dongcheng began to move forward. He was getting faster and faster. The Li Dongcheng in the sky, on the ground, and in every corner also began to charge. Countless sword energy fiercely crashed into the crowd. There was no collapse or escape. When the disparity in power exceeded a certain limit, the situation of the so-called war would immediately disappear upon contact. There was no time to scream. The violent gunshots only sounded for a moment. Then a large number of elites of the Purgatory of Heaven capital began to disappear crazily. The Purgatory of Heaven capital had more than 150,000 people in East Island. With the support of the Wang family of Beihai and Zhongzhou state, the Emperor of Huawu could mobilize 300,000 troops at this time. But in Dongdu, in this city, there were less than 50,000 people. The rest had been scattered in various cities of East Island, ready to deal with the attack of the Sword Dynasty. Right now, these 50,000 elites were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were disappearing one by one. This was a massacre. It was an understatement, but it was irresistible. Some elites in the crowd were roaring and charging. They rushed to Li Dongcheng and his countless sword energy figures without any resistance, and then disappeared silently in the messy battlefield, leaving blood all over the ground. That was the Divine Wind Legion. It was also the most elite legion in the Purgatory of Heaven capital. The Emperor of Huawu stood in the conference room and watched silently. The elites of the Border Control Corps and the Beihai Corps were not in Dongdu. Zhongzhou state and the Wang family of Beihai supported East Island, so they were naturally not interested in the mission of staying here to die. Seeing this scene, they might feel lucky. Li Tianlan's figure was getting fewer and fewer. But there was more and more sword energy between heaven and earth. His killing speed did not slow down at all. The crowd was still disappearing in pieces. The Emperor of Huawu just stood there and watched. It seemed that something was leaving him little by little, but it did not dissipate into nothingness. They were pulled out of his body, and then began to gather on the young man on the screen. Then, there was a dazzling light on him. It was what he dreamed of. It was what he had been pursuing for many years and desperately wanted to grasp, but he could not grasp it. It was the Supreme Realm. It was the realm that he could only vaguely perceive after surpassing the peak of the invincible realm for many years, but he could not take a step forward anyway. The Supreme Realm. Li Dongcheng had already stepped into that realm without anyone noticing. The God of Sword was in the world, the heavenly son of the age. In the dark world, no one was his opponent, and no one was even qualified to stand in front of him. The Emperor of Huawu could completely confirm this. Was he jealous? The Emperor of Huawu suddenly found that he was very calm. He was powerless to be jealous of anything. He thought that he had never missed anything. He knew about the existence of this child. But the Purgatory of Heaven capital could not provoke the Lin clan. So what? Lin Yuxian, whose strength was similar to his, was enough to give him a headache. And there was Lin Fengting, the foundation of the Lin clan for hundreds of years. At that time, the Purgatory of Heaven capital, which had just lost Li Guangtu and survived because of that crazy woman, couldn't go to the Lin clan to eradicate them even if it wanted to. When the Purgatory of Heaven capital rose, and could claim that it could fight against the Lin clan, the Emperor of Huawu did not hesitate. He killed Lin Yuxian. He thought that he even had the strength to destroy the Lin clan. Then the Sword Dynasty appeared. The Emperor of Huawu was angry and uneasy. He already knew that when the Sword Dynasty first rose and sent troops to England, in martial arts, this child, who he had always wanted to eradicate, had vaguely surpassed him. He had been desperately trying to break through in the past few years. As long as he took one more step forward, he could stabilize the situation. But his breakthrough was far away. Li Dongqing, on the other hand, had already entered that realm from behind. He regretted it, was jealous, was uneasy, and was afraid. And when this day really came, the Emperor of Huawu closed his eyes. Among all the people present, perhaps only he could feel the light curtain that Li Dongqing emitted to block the city. It was one sword light after another that looked very fragile. But in fact it was so tough that no one could break it. The Emperor of Huawu gradually calmed down. Or he became numb. There were fewer and fewer elites in the purgatory of heaven capital in the city. Li Dongqing once again became a person. He was dressed in white, and there was no blood or dust on his body. He was still walking forward, getting closer and closer to the palace. There were less than thousands of elites left in the purgatory of heaven capital. They instinctively gathered together and looked at the approaching sword god with fear on their faces. They instinctively retreated. One person entered. Thousands of people retreated. This scene was very beautiful. This was the Li family. The corners of Li Dongqing's mouth raised slightly. The appetizer is not bad. I'm very satisfied. There was dead silence in the conference room. Everyone stared closely at Li Dongqing on the screen. Li Dongqing raised his palm. His voice became the only will in this city. Supremacy. Since little uncle is unwilling to come out, how about I invite you out? Without batting an eyelid, Li Dongqing flicked his fingers gently. A gust of wind appeared on the battlefield that was in a mess. A cool breeze blew past everyone. It blew past everyone in the conference room. Everyone's expression changed. The breeze kept swirling in the city, bringing with it a soft sound. The soft sound turned into a whimper, and the whimper turned into an extremely standing howl. A strong wind suddenly rose. The storm swept through the entire city, blowing away the flames and the billowing smoke. The wind was invisible, but its momentum was like a knife. The whistling wind blew past thousands of elites from the purgatory of heaven capital in front of Li Dongqing. Without a sound, the bodies of every elite were shattered into countless pieces. The blood turned into a bloody mist in the wind. The bloody mist rushed in the direction of the palace. The bloody mist grew brighter and brighter, and sword energy flew out of the bloody storm one after another. Within tens of thousands of meters, there was the sound of sword energy flying out one after another. Li Dongqing did not move. The bloody storm gathered sword energy and kept moving forward. The ground of the whole block was completely torn apart. The storm was getting faster and faster, and finally blew to the gate of the palace. The sound of collapse was endless. The majestic royal family. The majestic palace. The palace gate was completely shattered in the storm. Countless cracks appeared on the walls of the palace and they collapsed. The bloody storm kept moving forward in the howling wind. Enough! Finally, the voice of the Emperor of Huawu rang out. A bright sword light appeared in the bloody storm. The sharp edge cut into the storm and completely tore it apart. 5 figures appeared in front of Li Dongqing. Behind the 5 of them, groups of elites rushed over from the palace. Compared with those who died outside, these were the real elites. The god-assassinating troop of Zhongzhou State. The heaven punishment troop of Beihai. The palace of eternal life, the Athanasia Hall, and the Sunluo Hall of the purgatory of heaven capital. These super elites gathered together and began to stand in order, forming 3 sword formations with different styles that were incomparably piercingly cold. Li Dongqing narrowed his eyes, looked at the 3 sword formations, and looked at the 5 figures in front of him. The Emperor of Huawu stood in the middle of the 5 in a dragon robe. Standing on his left was Daybreak, an expert at the peak of the invincible realm from the purgatory of heaven capital. Standing on the right side of the Emperor of Huawu was a beautiful woman with a slender figure, as cold as ice. Li Dongqing knew her. She was the only expert at the peak of the invincible realm in Zhongzhou State after the death of Emperor Donghuang. Now she controlled the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State and cooperated deeply with the purgatory of heaven capital. She ranked 7th on the world divine list, and her codename was Jingjia. And beside Jingjia, there was a woman. In terms of beauty, she was actually no worse than Jingjia, but the feeling she gave off was extremely terrifying. Rather than calling her a woman, it would be better to call her a robot. She was very slender. She wore half a silver metal mask on her face. The mask was completely embedded into her flesh and blood. There was also an electronic eye on her neck, chest, abdomen, legs, and arms. There was a large amount of metallic luster flashing in the night. She stood there quietly. When she didn't speak, she didn't seem to be alive at all. Li Dongqing had never seen her before, but when he saw this outfit, he had already confirmed her identity at once. She was the mistress of the Wang family of Beihai. She ranked second on the world divine list, Mrs. Song Ci. Li Dongqing's eyes didn't change. For him, who didn't even bother to be on the world divine list, the so-called ranking was meaningless. Next to Song Ci stood a middle-aged man who was no longer young. Seeing Li Dongqing's eyes glance over, a smile appeared on his face. Unlike the others who looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy, his aura was stable and he looked very genial. Your Majesty, Sword God. You are also from Zhongzhou State, so you should know the plan of Zhongzhou State and East Island. The middle-aged man took the initiative to speak. Li Tianlan frowned and said coldly, "What do you want to say?" "I'm here to express the attitude of Zhongzhou State." The middle-aged man said calmly, "The Parliament understands Your Majesty and supports Your Majesty's revenge. But the Parliament has been plotting against East Island for many years. The Purgatory of Heaven Capital and the Emperor of Huawu are the top priorities. They can't afford to lose them. Your Majesty is also from Zhongzhou State. We have the same skin color, the same background and the same belief, so I hope Your Majesty can give face to Zhongzhou State and consider the overall situation." He narrowed his eyes. Otherwise, bang. Li Dongqing didn't let him say anything else. A streak of sword energy rushed directly into his body. The middle-aged man's body kept expanding. In his horrified eyes, his body directly exploded into pieces of flesh on the ground. "What does the overall situation of Zhongzhou State have to do with me?" Li Dongqing said blandly. He didn't even ask about the other party's identity. Anyway, he was not a director. As for a senator, he had killed one before. He could care less. The several invincible realm experts present didn't speak. The senator just now didn't know martial arts, so he couldn't see how terrifying Li Dongqing was. Maybe in his opinion, Li Dongqing had consumed most of his strength, and there were several experts at the peak of the invincible realm on his side, so he was qualified to negotiate with him. Or, no matter what he thought, since he was in a hurry to die, just let him die. Li Tianlan's eyes fell on the Emperor of Huawu again. "What else do you want to say?" "I have nothing to say," the Emperor of Huawu said blandly. "But you, my good nephew, don't you have anything to say to me?" Buzz. In the buzz of sword energy, Li Dongqing suddenly appeared beside the Emperor of Huawu. The sword energy was like a dragon. His voice rang out. "I'll let the sword speak to you." The sword light on the Emperor of Huawu was surging. He suddenly retreated hundreds of meters. Li Dongqing moved. Daybreak, Song Ci, and Jingzhe beside him attacked at the same time. Boom! Behind them, there was a vibration at the same time. The God Assassinating Legion, the All Heavens Troop, the Sunluo, the Longevity, and the Athanasia Palace. 3 sword formations were running at the same time. More than 1,000 super elites cooperated with each other countless times. An incomparably grand sword light suddenly lit up, and the sword energy that gathered the power of countless people rushed over. A half-step heavenly legend. 3 at the peak of the invincible realm. 3 super sword formations. Li Dongqing's expression was extremely cold. What's the point? As he muttered those words, his body shuddered. The night receded. The sky of Dongdu seemed to light up in an instant, as if it were daytime. At the moment when day and night alternated, a natural and perfect halo appeared in front of Li Dongqing. Extremely high temperature and dazzling light lit up from the halo. The halo was extremely huge. It slowly rose into the air with Li Dongqing, like a scorching sun. The Emperor of Huawu, Daybreak, Jingzhe, Song Ci 3 super sword formations. All the power instantly smashed into the halo in front of Li Dongqing. The halo didn't tremble at all, and it shone even brighter. The halo like a scorching sun completely illuminated the entire Dongdu. Li Dongqing's figure disappeared. Dongdu became a world of sword energy. The sword energy of the sword god filled the world with supreme majesty. The halo in the sky rotated slightly for a moment. Boom! More than half of the city collapsed in an instant, and a blazing white sword light suddenly flew out from the center of the disk. The sword light completely ignited the void, like a rainbow across the sky. Majestic, fierce, and irresistible. This was the end of the sword Tao. It was the eternal sword light. The rainbow-like sword light instantly penetrated the emperor of Huawu, Songxiai, Jingzhe, and Daybreak. The sword light didn't stop and rushed into the sword formation. The three super sword formations collapsed at the first touch. The sword light kept splitting, and one after another sword light after another in the sky. The sun shone incessantly between the fields. The god-assassinating army disappeared in an instant. The All-Heavens army was completely annihilated. The three halls of the Immortal, Undying, and Sunluo completely collapsed. Boundless sword light rushed into the imperial palace. The 3,000 cherry blossom guards that symbolized the majesty of the royal family were completely melted under the sword light. The entire imperial palace was collapsing. Buildings, pavilions, small lakes, gardens, and woods, everything was completely shattered in an instant. This was the end of the martial Tao. It was a destruction that no one could resist. For more than 20 years, no one had seen such a sword light since the fall of the East Emperor. But everyone knew that this was the power of the Chosen One. None of the people present recognized this sword. But all of this was just a fragment of time. It was a movie. Spring went and winter came. Year after year, wind, frost, rain, and snow. Qin Weibai was watching. Li Guangtu was also watching. They saw the rise of the sword dynasty. They saw Li Dongqing's sword. How familiar was this scene? The sword light came from the sky. It was as if two spaces had completely overlapped. To be exact, two sword lights overlapped with each other. One was a long rainbow. The other was like a meteor. The scene flashed in front of them. Their thoughts were constantly retreating. They retreated to a few years ago. They retreated to Snow Country. They retreated to the night in Mormons. The eternal sword. The two sword lights overlapped with each other, and they were so similar. In terms of power, they had reached the true end of the martial Tao. This was the eternal sword in another space and time. But the god of sword who used this sword was not the master of Samsara Palace who overdrew all his vitality at the peak of the invincible realm, to make the ruthless energy completely erupt. He was the god of sword. He was the chosen one at his peak. His eternal sword was irresistible. But for the chosen one, such a burden was nothing at all. As long as he wanted to, he could use the eternal sword countless times. So after the sword he was not seriously injured, and even his aura did not change at all. But there was no obstacle in front of him anymore. The three super sword formations were all destroyed. The imperial palace completely collapsed. Huawu Emperor was completely seriously injured. Daybreak died in the battle. Jingzhe was seriously injured. Songxiai seemed to be in the best condition, but the large pieces of metal on her body were extremely dim, and there was no light shining anymore. Li Dongqing appeared silently in front of them. He quietly looked at the despair and gloom in their eyes, and suddenly felt that everything was boring. This sword is for you. Do you like it? Li Dongqing looked at Huawu Emperor. He said lightly, "Good sword." Huawu Emperor's aura was extremely weak, but he struggled to smile. "What's the name of this sword?" Li Dongqing's eyes were in a trance for a moment, and he whispered, "Do you know what my martial arts were like at the beginning? Tell me about it." Huawu Emperor panted and asked numbly, "Winner takes all. After tonight, there would be no Li family, no purgatory of heaven capital, and no Huawu Emperor. Decades of hard work would come to nothing tonight." He was completely disheartened. "I don't have any ambition, and I don't intend to create a *T sword dynasty," Li Dongqing said lightly. "I've always been a selfish person and a person who wants to be lazy. Heavenly Son, haha, who is interested in being a heavenly son?" The original martial arts were the product of selfishness and laziness. At that time I didn't think about martial arts. What I wanted was destructive power, potential, vitality, and so on. I didn't care about them. So in the original martial arts, I only cultivated 2 swords. Each sword could overdraw half of my vitality and potential. One of the 2 swords is called East Emperor. The other is called North Sea. If you hadn't cut off one of my godfather's arms, I would have reached the invincible realm in a few years. At that time, I would have taken these 2 swords to Dongdu and Mount Dibing. East Emperor would have given you, and North Sea would have given me to Mount Dibing. There would have been no Li family, no Wang family of Beihai, and no Li Dongqing in the world. We would have ended everything together. Wouldn't that be great? You forced me to do this. The sword I gave you just now was East Emperor. Unfortunately, it didn't consume my vitality or overdraw my potential. If you still had people to kill, I would have given you 10 more swords. Dozens of East Emperor would have been no problem. You would have died, and so would North Sea, but I would have survived. Little uncle, do you feel that you have suffered a loss? A loss? Ha. Ha. Cough, cough, cough. Ha. It's not a loss at all. Li Huawu looked at Li Dongqing with some sympathy and pity in his eyes. You'd rather die than live like this. I didn't suffer a loss and you didn't gain. Li Dongqing's eyes were cold. He looked at Li Huawu quietly. It's all thanks to you that I have today. Don't you regret it? If it weren't for that year, your Li family would be in a completely different situation. Maybe you could really become my little uncle. Everything that happened back then. He was silent for a while. A streak of sword energy crossed the neck of the Heavenly Emperor of Huawu. Why? Why? The Heavenly Emperor of Huawu muttered to himself and shook his head. It doesn't matter. There was silence. In the silence, Li Dongqing shattered the sword chi and smiled. I suddenly can't bear to let you die. You said it yourself, that living is worse than death. Since that's the case, I'll ask little uncle to experience it for me. Countless streaks of sword energy fell on him and sealed all his blood vessels. The sword energy vibrated. Li Huawu's limbs were all broken and smashed in an instant. Li Huawu couldn't move. His eyes were wide open. Under the severe pain, he could only keep whimpering. Li Dongqing's eyes fell on Song Xiai and Jingjia. Song Xiai was motionless. She had lost the ability to move, unless she went back to the Wang family of Beihai to re-inject energy into her body. Jingjia hesitated, struggled, and knelt down beside Li Dongqing. There was no irreconcilable hatred between her and the Sword Dynasty. The only origin was that she was from the Jade Pool, a martial arts force that struggled to survive after the Dongqing family was destroyed. She was the sword master of silence of this generation. Before that, she didn't even know Li Dongqing. The reason why she was there was only because of the task given by the Congress of Zhongzhou State. It would be best if she could complete the task. But facing the god of sword in such a state, the god of killing swords of Zhongzhou State, the task to destroy the Lin clan was a complete joke. She was an expert at the peak of the invincible realm, and ranked on the divine list. With such an individual strength, it was impossible for her to be absolutely loyal to the group. The outcome of the Purgatory of Heaven capital was clear. If she could survive, she wouldn't mind joining hands with the Sword Dynasty at all, so that the Sword Dynasty would have a suitable opportunity to enter the subcontinent and Zhongzhou State. Jingjia lowered her head. Her voice was soft and delicate. Greetings, Your Majesty, God of Sword. Li Dongqing had no grudge against her, so he ignored her and just looked at Song Xiai. Donghuang. That was a powerful move. Song Xiai whispered, but Beihai shouldn't have lost. Oh. Li Dongqing raised his eyebrows. Beihai used to have something that could turn the tables in a desperate situation. What a pity. Song Xiai heaved a sigh. What is it? Li Dongqing asked. Song Xiai was silent for a moment and shook her head. I don't know. Your mother went to the Mount Dibing all of a sudden. My husband didn't have time to tell me what it was. Beihai doesn't need it anymore. Li Dongqing was silent for a moment and said casually, It's not time for you to die yet. You can go back to Beihai. Mother's remains are still there. You wait for me. I'll get them. Then I'll give you the sword of Beihai. You won't kill me? Song Xiai looked at Li Dongqing in disbelief. I'm here to destroy the Li family. Li Dongqing said calmly. You will die, but not here. There was no reason. He didn't want to kill Song Xiai now. He just didn't want to. Then he wouldn't kill her. In the future, when he won back his mother's remains and flattened the Mount Dibbing, he would give the sword of Beihai to the Wang family of Beihai. That would be the best. He was the chosen one of the times. Standing at this height, he really didn't have to worry about anything. He could do whatever he wanted. He could do whatever he wanted. He could be willful. He could be unscrupulous. Sword energy swept through the palace one after another. Li Dongqing raised his eyebrows slightly. The entire palace collapsed dozens of meters under his sword. All the buildings had been buried inside. As a result, the only building on the high ground was very conspicuous. This was supposed to be a small base deep under the palace. The outside was made of all kinds of sturdy alloy structures. It looked like a secret room, but also like a small shelter. Li Dongqing suddenly stretched out his palm toward the palace. Countless wreckage was overturned by the sword energy into the sky. The sword energy tore the earth apart. Like an invisible hand, it directly covered the small base. The alloy walls were completely shattered, and the countless structures inside were completely shattered. The formless sword qi directly destroyed the small base, pulling out a core basement of the base. The basement rose into the air, and kept shattering in the air. In the basement, one figure after another fell in front of Li Dongqing. The emperor of Huawu, whose limbs were shattered, sobbed and struggled again. His body was completely sealed by the sword energy, and he couldn't even open his mouth. In this basement, all the people hiding were his family, the core of the Li family, and the royal family of East Island. The empress of the emperor of Huawu, the 6 women of the emperor of Huawu, and his 3 daughters and 3 sons, the empress, the imperial concubine, the prince, and the prince, all of them fell at Li Dongqing's feet. Although they forced themselves to be calm, there was indescribable horror and fear deep in their eyes. Li Dongqing looked at this scene with a playful look in his eyes. There was a trace of pleading in Li Huawu's eyes unconsciously. You want me to let them go, right? Li Dongqing pointed at these so-called royal family members. Li Huawu didn't speak. He didn't nod or shake his head. He just stared at Li Dongqing. It's impossible. Li Dongqing said blandly. Don't be naive. There are so many toys. I'll play with them until I get tired of them. Then I'll send you to hell. Anyway, you've said that it doesn't matter anymore, right? In that case, give me your empress and princess. When I'm tired of them, maybe I'll find some men for them. Well, your sons are not bad. How about it? I'll marry your empress and princess to your sons. Maybe they can continue to breed for your Li family. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Li Dongqing sobbed crazily as if he was cursing. Sorry, my imagination is limited, Li Dongqing said slowly, but there are many talents in the Sword Dynasty. They have many ways that we can't imagine at all. I'll make you and your family live a life worse than death. Li Dongqing. Among the royal family members prostrating at his feet, a young figure suddenly jumped up. With lightning around him, he threw a punch at Li Dongqing crazily. Li Dongqing reached out and held his arm. He seemed to be Li Huawu's eldest son because he was the oldest among Li Huawu's children. He looked to be in his 20s. His strength was at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, which was outstanding. Crown Prince. Li Tianlan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The young crown prince was in a yellow robe. His eyes were twisted and resentful. Crack. With a little force, Li Dongqing completely crushed the crown prince's fist little by little as the crown prince groaned more and more angrily. He frowned slightly and seemed to be dissatisfied. With a little force, he directly tore off the crown prince's entire arm. The crown prince's scream was earth-shattering. His body fell to the ground weakly. The empress, the so-called imperial concubines, and the princes all surrounded him. Li Huawu's eyes were blood-red, and his body kept trembling. Fear spread with the women's cries. Li Dongqing threw away the arm in his hand, listened to the cries around him, and licked the blood on his fingertips. He laughed. Suddenly he laughed. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He kept laughing, and his voice was getting louder and louder. The sword energy around him completely turned into resentment. At this moment, he was full of strong and almost dazzling negative emotions like a madman. You hate me, Good, that's good. This is the emotion we should have and should continue to maintain. In this way, we are all pure and not tired. You should hate me as much as I hate you. When you joined forces with Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai more than 20 years ago, did you think about the present? When you facilitated the deal between Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai, did you think about the present? When my father died, did you think about it? But now, forcing my father's woman to marry into Kunlun City. Li Dongqing glanced at Song Xiai with extremely cold and gloomy eyes, and then continued to look at Li Huawu. Did you think about the present? Why didn't you kill me back then? If you had killed me, there wouldn't be the present. Absorbing the power of Emperor Dong's palace, forcing the Sword Pavilion to keep making concessions, killing my godfather, forcing the Lin clan, when you, Emperor Huawu, and the Li family were at their proudest, did you ever think about the present? I just want to know, did you ever think about it? When the Dongqing clan was destroyed, did you ever think that you would have such a day? You have to pay it back, Li Dongqing muttered to himself. You have to pay it back. You have my current life long ago, and now you have to pay it back to me little by little. He suddenly pulled the Empress over. This was a woman whose age was hard to tell. She was dignified, noble, reserved. She was no longer young, but still looked elegant and slender with careful maintenance, and her skin was white and tender. In the cries of the people around her, her eyes were slightly red, but she still kept calm. Sword energy flashed at Li Dongqing's fingertips and directly tore her clothes. Her white and slender body, like a young virgin, shone with an extremely seductive luster in the night sky. The Empress screamed. Li Dongqing didn't stop and directly tore all the clothes of the other women. Under the cold night sky of Dongdu, spring was everywhere. Li Huawu had good taste. His genes were also very good. Therefore, these women could be said to be rare beauties. Since they were young, they had been pampered and had a trace of noble temperament that ordinary people didn't have. At this time, the weeping beauty in the face of panic added a touch of special charm. Come and serve me, Li Dongqing said lightly. If you can satisfy me, I can make your Majesty's life more comfortable, and I can also make your life more comfortable. In the stifled cries, a princess of about 20 years old hesitated and walked over, regardless of the people around her. She seemed to want to cover something subconsciously, but without clothes, she finally knelt in front of Li Dongqing with red eyes, biting her lips. Under the moonlight, her slender fingers touched Li Dongqing's snow-white robe. Li Dongqing suddenly felt extremely disgusted. Bang! Her body suddenly flew into the air. Li Dongqing sent her flying with a single kick. There were no screams or cries of alarm. Her body was directly shattered into pieces in midair. It's not fun, he muttered to himself, and it stained my clothes. Everyone closed their mouths tightly and looked at Li Dongqing in horror. Come on. Li Dongqing looked at Li Huawu's sons. A 17 or 18-year-old boy was completely scared out of his wits, trembling as he walked toward Li Dongqing. Li Dongqing. He looked at the boy walking toward him in disbelief and suddenly waved his hand. The boy's head flew into the sky, splashing blood. I'm talking about them. Li Dongqing pointed to Li Huawu's women and daughters. The crown prince's expression was bleak. The other prince's face was even paler. They were their elder sister, younger sister, auntie, and even their biological mother. Your Majesty, they need this. Jingzha's voice sounded. Instead of getting up, she chose to crawl directly to Li Dongqing and took out a small medicine bottle from her clothes with both hands. You can feed it to them. You'll see what you want. Of course, Li Dongqing knew what it was. But Jingzha was a woman and a beauty at the peak of the invincible realm. How could she carry such a thing? I also dabble in mental power. This thing is used to interrogate some criminals who keep their mouths shut. As long as they eat it, no one can resist their desire. Li Dongqing took it. The pills in the bottle were very small. His figure flashed. He forced 2 pills into the mouths of these men and women. Everyone froze in place in despair. Li Dongqing returned to Jingzha and looked down at her. You're good. Jingzha was ecstatic, but she pretended to be sorry. Unfortunately, I didn't bring a camera. It doesn't matter. Li Tianlan said blandly. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Jingzhe knelt in place and didn't speak. The medicine she provided was extremely effective. In less than 10 minutes, in front of Li Huawu, everyone was completely entangled. Li Dongqing watched silently. His expression calmed down, but his aura revealed a kind of unscrupulous and indulgent aura from his bones. Your Majesty, if you need, I can do it. Jingzhe's voice trembled slightly, soft and charming. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Li Dongqing said it again. He stood up and walked to Li Huawu. Li Huawu's eyes widened to the maximum. His body was blocked by the sword energy. He couldn't move or speak, but wisps of blood kept gushing out from the corners of his mouth. I suddenly feel like something is missing. Li Dongqing waved his hand and unlocked the sword energy that blocked him. The two sat together and looked at the men and women who were entangled and almost irrational. Isn't the scene in front of you exciting? You can beg me, scold me, or say anything. That's perfect. Li Huawu didn't scold him. He just stared at Li Tianlan, and the resentment in his eyes was almost tangible. You beast. I'm indeed a beast. Li Dongqing nodded in agreement. You're a bastard, and a piece of trash. You've always thought so, haven't you? Your evaluation makes me feel a little bored. You'll get retribution. Li Huawu's resentful voice revealed a kind of powerlessness that even he could feel. I don't have children or parents. You talk to me about retribution? If it's just me, it doesn't matter. Do you think I care whether I live or not? Li Huawu had nothing to say. The whispers around him came into his ears. He felt like his heart was being twisted by a knife, and he felt extremely humiliated. I just let your children and women enjoy life, Li Dongqing said softly. What happened today will happen again in a few days or several times. Then the whole world will see the wonderful picture we see now. No one in the Li family will live, and there will be no honor. Don't worry, you won't die for the time being. Because I haven't played enough. I will use all means to play the Li family and everything in it that you value so much into shit. And then send your whole family to hell. Kill me. Li Huawu growled. I'm begging you, kill me. I will. Li Dongqing patted his face. You won't die if I don't cut you 10,000 times. Let's play slowly. In the incomparably shrill roar, Li Dongqing nodded. That's settled. In the night, the messy palace and the battlefield were getting farther and farther in sight. The moving figures gradually became small, and the fire began to fade. Everything became blurred and finally began to disappear. The consciousness in the darkness always remained silent. Qin Weibai was silent. Li Guangtu was almost numb. The concept of time had already disappeared unconsciously. At the moment when the fire was about to disappear, Li Dongqing was 30 years old. Qin Weibai and Li Guangtu seemed to have experienced the changes of 30 years, but it also seemed that only a moment had passed. They lived in this time and space with pure consciousness, and time seemed to have nothing to do with them. They saw Li Dongqing grow up, saw the Li family that had a short rise and ushered in its own era, and saw an extremely crazy and extreme chosen one who had no nostalgia, no care and no reluctance. The new dynasty was rising at a speed that caught everyone off guard. And the ruler of the dynasty was a veritable lunatic. A lunatic who didn't care about any rules, didn't care about the future, and did whatever he wanted. What kind of dark world would that be? The darkness came completely and swallowed everything. Then the light shone again in the darkness. Time seemed to turn into the wind, blowing around the two of them. The picture appeared again. It was like a picture put together at will. It was a mess, and all kinds of events kept fast-forwarding. Li Guangtu saw the complete fall of the purgatory of heaven capital. With the death of Emperor Huawu, Zhongzhou State's plan to attack East Island completely failed and went bankrupt, with heavy losses. East Island formed a new cabinet, elected a new royal family, and began to break away from the infiltration and control of Zhongzhou State. The purgatory of heaven capital was miserable. As Emperor Huawu and his family were brought back to the headquarters of the Sword Dynasty, the purgatory of heaven capital, and the Li family were completely in chaos. This also made the Sword Dynasty, which was unprepared and a little hasty to start a war against the purgatory of heaven capital, very smooth. In 3 months, the Purgatory of Heaven capital, which was deeply rooted in East Island, was completely wiped out. All the veterans of the Li family were wiped out. No one dared to oppose the madness of the God of Sword. Any organizations and forces related to the Li family were broken under the sword of the Sword dynasty. Families were broken, and people were killed. Cruel and tragic pictures kept showing up one after another. The Li family was trampled into the dust little by little. Then the Sword dynasty began to sweep across the continent. The remaining forces of the Li family no longer had the slightest chance of survival. Li Guangtu saw many old people of the Li family become ghosts unwillingly and regretfully. They were angry and cursed in their miserable end. He also saw the headquarters of the Sword dynasty. She watched as Li Dongqing indulged himself in a drunken stupor with groups of beautiful women of noble status. He saw the Huawu family, which had its own clubhouse, providing free service to everyone. Half a year later, the empress, the imperial concubine, and several princesses were all pregnant. No one knew who the father was, because there were at least hundreds of guests entering the Li family's clubhouse every day. The Sword dynasty formed the top shooting team in Hollywood. The empress, the imperial concubine, the princesses, the princes, some important women of the Li family, and some of the Li family's allies began to make various individual and group features, showing what natural beauty and top-notch directing skills were in front of the world's audience. The Li family's former glory, former fame, everything was trampled into the abyss in those special features one after another. The emperor of Huawu, who had stood at the top and looked down on the whole dark world, had become a joke. Once a person gave up, there was really nothing that he couldn't let go of. The empress and the 2 princesses failed to commit suicide several times, and seemed to have begun to become numb. Then they began to enjoy it. Then the Sword dynasty completely disfigured them. Li Dongqing had always looked on coldly, because what Li Huawu encountered was just the beginning. In the 2nd year after the destruction of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, the people of the Sword dynasty set up a team to deal with Li Huawu in order to please Li Dongqing. They took turns to humiliate and torture him. They seemed to have completely inherited the God of Swords' dislike of the Li family. They poured out the malice and hatred in their hearts without scruples, physically and mentally. They resorted to every conceivable means. During this time, the Sword dynasty was unstoppable. The bases belonging to the Sword dynasty began to spread in the subcontinent. There were 4 bases in East Island. Zhongzhou State had the most bases of the Sword dynasty in the world. Yuzhou, Huading, Nanyue, Wuyue, Jiangzhou, more than 20 bases completely entered Zhongzhou State and began to penetrate into various fields of Zhongzhou State. There was no more legend of the Li family in the world. Even if someone occasionally mentioned it, it was just a joke and a negative teaching material not to go against the Sword dynasty. Then experts of the Invincible Realm took the initiative to join the Sword dynasty. The Sword dynasty became a real dynasty. When Li Dongqing was 36 years old, Li Huawu died. Li Dongqing, who felt tired, completely fulfilled his promise and cut him into pieces. When the God of Sword cut him for the last time, there was no relief and relaxation in Li Huawu's eyes. The moment his eyes dimmed, there was only the most complete despair, numbness and dullness left. Along with the corpses of his family, Li Dongqing threw them into the meat grinder and fed them to the dogs. The Li family ended miserably. At that time, Li Dongqing was standing in front of Li Huawu's family. In front of him was a huge but not deep iron basin. In front of the iron basin were 7 or 8 huge dogs. The dogs were eating meat. Li Dongqing watched. Li Huawu's family was in the basin. He silently watched the large basin of food slowly become less and less. In the end, there was no residue left. From the beginning to the end, Li Dongqing only said one sentence. "I'm a beast. Uncle, aren't you a beast too?" Those scenes were reflected in Li Guangtu's consciousness. They were like drops of blood, which converged into the Li family's last cry. The Sword dynasty, which had more than 160 bases around the world, had completely become synonymous with the dark world. All countries accepted that fact. There was no way not to. When the Sword dynasty was expanding at its fiercest in Zhongzhou State, the president of Zhongzhou State, Wang Jingxin, joined forces with dozens of countries around the world to strongly condemn the Sword Dynasty's actions at the United Nations. As for Li Dongsheng, there was a condemnation of more than 20,000 words. In the condemnation book, Li Dongsheng was inhumane, unscrupulous, dirty, despicable, and even worse than pigs and dogs. He was a disgusting member of the Communist Party. Many countries of the subcontinent, including East Island, jointly signed a letter asking the Sword Dynasty to restrain its actions. Wang Jingxin even said that if the Sword Dynasty continued, they would not rule out forming a joint force to destroy it. On the day the statement was made, the spokesperson of Zhongzhou State mysteriously disappeared. Wang Jingxin's secretary mysteriously disappeared. The God of Swords' official response was ridiculously simple. From beginning to end, his official response was only one word: whatever. The following year, the God of Sword Li Dongsheng, guardian of the Dark World, dominator of the Sword Dynasty, won the Nobel Peace Prize. In the same year, Li Dongsheng won the United Nations Peace Medal and served as the Ambassador of Peace. The next day after he got the Ambassador of Peace, Li Dongsheng entered Zhongzhou State for the first time in more than 30 years. Dongsheng had been in Zhongzhou State for almost 2 years. The Sword Dynasty established a new group in Zhongzhou State. Liaodong, Zhujiang, Nanyue Dongshan, Jianghuai, Jiangnan, and West Guangdong were filled with the supreme will of the God of Sword. Li Dongsheng took a jura to Zhujiang. On the same day, the government of Zhujiang and Lin officially announced that Shizi Lake would be permanently closed to the public and would be transformed into a private cemetery of the Sword Dynasty. No one said anything. When you couldn't do anything and the other side didn't care, anything you said would be in vain, unless the speaker didn't care about anything either. But apart from Li Dongsheng, those who really didn't care about anything were not qualified to say anything. Therefore, the whole world hoped that Li Dongsheng would die quickly, and without a whole body. Every day, countless people cursed Li Dongsheng to die quickly. Then the whole world found something interesting. The God of Sword Li Dongsheng's private jet mysteriously disappeared on the way to Beihai Province. There was no signal, no sign. The God of Sword, the CEO of the Sword Dynasty, and Azura were missing. They were really missing. The whole world went crazy and wept with joy. From the perspective of Qin Weibai and Li Guangtu, the private jet passed through the darkness and landed in Beihai. And they landed in Shenzhou, which they were very familiar with. 2 spaces, chaotic time. No one could tell what was going on. Maybe it was because the movie they watched made Li Dongsheng come to Shenzhou, which they were familiar with, or for some other reason. Li Dongsheng came. In the fury of Azura's declaration that he would slaughter Shenzhou, the 3 of them came to Mount Dibing. It was another familiar scene. It was a scene that was almost an unsolved mystery in the dark world today. Li Dongsheng flicked his fingers gently. It was not the Beihai that hadn't been used yet, but the almost eternal sword light completely tore apart all the buildings on Mount Dibing and split Mount Dibing. Qin Weibai and Li Guangtu could clearly see the expression of disbelief and sudden realization on Summer Solstice's face. They also saw Li Dongsheng's ecstasy after being stunned. The puzzle that had troubled the dark world for a long time finally had an answer. When the whole world was still looking for the mysterious expert who split Mount Dibing, only the 2 of them and Summer Solstice knew that it was the God of Sword from another space and time. Fast forward. Countless pictures began to play faster and faster. Li Dongsheng, who came to a strange space and time for a short time, did not see his father Li Tianlan and mother Qin Weibai after all. He came and left unintentionally. So in that space and time, the ecstasy caused by the disappearance of the God of Sword came to an abrupt end. The North Sea province turned into a plain white. The God of Sword came in person. All the people on Mount Dibing, including Song Xiai, the current patriarch Wang Haoyan, all the masters, all the higher-ups, the patriarchs and core members of the 7 major sword-holding families, all knelt on the ground in mourning, and let Li Dongsheng take away the remains of his mother that had been preserved in Beihai for many years. The brilliance of Beihai, which had been suppressed by the purgatory of Heaven capital for many years, seemed to be completely dimmed and almost disappeared because of that white. Li Dongsheng returned to the Sword God domain. The entire Sword Dynasty was expanding at an extremely savage and terrifying speed. The God of Sword was too lazy to pay attention to it. A 29-year-old young man appeared beside him, and on the first day he appeared beside the god of sword, he got an identity that shocked the dark world. The first disciple of the god of sword. Li Dongqing had accepted a disciple. He was not a disciple that had been cultivated since childhood, at least in the eyes of outsiders. In fact, the fate of master and disciple had long been a fact. It first appeared 10 years ago. That year, the so-called first disciple of the god of war was 19 years old. He was at the peak of the ice-condensing realm. The god of sword would go to a place every year with all his martial arts experience and hand it over to his disciple in the shortest time possible. Every year, the class was held on Qingming Day. For 10 consecutive years, the young man who was less than 20 years old made rapid progress. At the age of 29, he was at the peak of the half-step invincible realm and had the combat capability of the invincible realm. His family might also know that he had a master and who his master was. So when he was 20 years old, his family changed his original name and named him Lin Qingming. He was born with wind and thunder veins, the first disciple of the god of war. He was the young patriarch of this generation of the Lin clan. He was not the son of Lin Yuxian. Lin Yuxian was Lin Qingming's uncle. His mother was Lin Youxian's sister, Lin Chuxue, the youngest daughter of Lin Fengting. Lin Chuxue did not get married. Instead, she had a test tube baby, which was Lin Qingming today. He appeared in front of the world for the first time and became the second man in the sword god domain. In fact, it did not matter anymore. At that time, hundreds of noble women with different styles around the sword god domain had been driven away by Li Dongqing. In his words, he was tired of them. He began to teach Lin Qingming the Tao of the sword carefully. On the basis of the 24 moves of sword of the Lin clan, he taught him his own Tao of the sword. He taught him everything he had. That year, Li Dongqing was about to be 38 years old. Lin Qingming officially entered the invincible realm. Because of his age, his body was a little fragile compared to the invincible realm, but the wind and thunder veins made up for this defect to some extent. In this state, once Lin Qingming burst out with all his strength, he had the combat capability close to the peak of the invincible realm. Lin Qingming began to officially walk out of the sword god domain. He completely took over Dongqing's position and served as the second CEO of the sword dynasty. Dongqing returned to the sword god domain to accompany Li Dongqing. The sword dynasty had more than 200 bases in the world. The sword god in the sword god domain rarely went out and even spoke little. Most of the time, he sat in his room. His body was at its peak, even much stronger than when he destroyed the Li family. But his temperament was getting quieter and quieter. In this quietness, the soul under his young appearance seemed to be extremely old. The sword god was 40 years old. Lin Qingming officially stepped into the peak of the invincible realm. The potential of the wind and thunder veins was fully stimulated, and Lin Qingming ushered in his peak. He had never officially surpassed the invincible realm, but with the help of the wind and thunder veins, his combat capability was almost no less than that of the heavenly emperor of Huawu. It was also on this day that Lin Qingming came back to visit his teacher. The bad news of the Lin clan came. Lin Fengting passed away in the worry-free villa. He was 97 years old. This year, it had been 3 years since Wang Jingxin, the president of Zhongzhou State, retired. The new president had a trace of the Sword Dynasty group. The sword god returned to the worry-free villa and the headquarters of the Lin clan again. The funeral was grand and magnificent. After the funeral, the leaders of various countries were sent away. Li Dongqing stood in front of the grave of his master and godfather and asked Lin Chuxue if his master had told him anything in the end. Lin Chuxue said no. Li Dongqing stood in front of the grave for a long time and finally left the Lin clan. He actually wanted to ask Lin Chuxue if she could leave a piece of land for him in the cemetery of the Lin clan, beside his godfather and master. But in the end he didn't ask anything. Just like he decided not to enter the private cemetery of the Sword Dynasty on the West Lake. He was afraid of dirtying this place. Just like how many people evaluated him, Li Dongqing thought that he was a beast, or even worse than a beast. After he died, there was no need to pollute the cemetery of the Lin clan. The next night after the sword god returned to the sword god domain, He had dinner with Dong Chengyu. That night, Dong Chengyu drank a lot of wine and then looked at him with a drunken smile, saying that she was tired. Li Dongqing just nodded. The next day, after the violent shock of the Sword Dynasty, the Sword Dynasty officially announced that the sword god Li Dongqing, the former CEO Dong Chengyu, officially left the Sword Dynasty. Everything in the Sword Dynasty was inherited by the current CEO of the Sword Dynasty, Lin Qingming. The Lin clan was no longer a recluse, because the current Sword Dynasty was the entire Dark World. The will of the Sword God spread in his own Dark World, and no one dared to refute it. Lin Qingming officially became the new Sword God of the Dark World, topped the divine list, and served as the patriarch of the Lin clan. At this moment, Li Dongqing finally felt that he had done everything he could do. There was only one thing left. His master had passed away, and there was nothing to be sad about. So destroy the Wang family of Beihai. There was no suspense. Under the will of the new sword god, tens of thousands of elites of the Sword Dynasty followed Li Dongqing to Mount Dibing. The 6 invincible realm experts in the dynasty, including Lin Qingming, were all there. Azura waking insect, Xiao Tian. Those who should come were all there, but no one made a move. They all knew very well that the sword god did not need them to make a move. The Sword Dynasty landed in Beihai Province. The sword god began to understand the final grievances. From south to north. 12 hours. The 7 sword-holding families of the Wang family of Beihai were all wiped out. In the eyes of the sword god, there was no such thing as a battle or an opponent. Invincible to this extent, there was nothing but loneliness. At the foot of Mount Dibing, the sword god, who was already 40 years old, said, "It was a very simple sentence. Escape is forbidden here." The real supreme law of swordsmanship, which even surpassed that of East Emperor, appeared in this space for the first time. Mount Dibing was completely sealed by the vast sword energy. One sword. It was called Beihai. The pure and powerful sword energy fell like heaven and earth. The sky full of sharpness completely shattered Mount Dibing. The Wang family of Beihai had completely become history. As the actual ruler of the Wang family of Beihai, Song Xiai had no mercy. She directly detonated the nuclear egg in Mount Dibing. With a loud roar and an absolute high temperature, a mushroom cloud rose. Song Xiai took a small number of remaining elites and escaped from the shelter of Mount Dibing with Haotian, and entered the Beihai Sea area. Li Dongqing did not die. He went straight through the core area with the most intense radiation and rushed into Beihai. The elites of the Sword Dynasty were mighty, as if following their gods. The pictures in the movie kept flashing. Qin Weibai watched quietly. Li Guangtu watched blankly. His consciousness seemed to have completely lost its soul. But in the next second, his heart slightly froze. He saw the sword god catch up with Song Xiai and Wang Haotian. He also saw a young man suddenly appear in the void. After a brief exchange of blows, another familiar-looking young man appeared. He had a chubby figure and a harmless smile. He looked very kind and easy to talk to. He stood directly with Li Dongqing. And the young man who appeared first stood with Song Xiai and Wang Haotian. The 2 mysterious young men seemed to be talking about something, but Li Guangtu could not hear them. This person, Li Guangtu looked at the fat man, and finally remembered that the fat man was in the information he received not long ago. In his time and space. After Chen Fangqing's death, the fat man was among the few people who followed Li Tianlan to Yuzhou. Who was he? Why had he never appeared before? If he thought about it further, was the fat man in front of him the fat man in his time and space? Or the fat man in this time and space? He suddenly remembered that Yu Donglai had told him not long ago that there was a superior in Emperor Dong's palace. The fat man appeared inexplicably, and then disappeared inexplicably. It seemed that he just came over and did nothing. Only the young man who appeared at the beginning stayed there. He was neither servile nor overbearing, but he kept a low profile. It seemed that he was pleading for the Wang family of Beihai. What he waited for was the sword god's endless order of the sword principle, and the sword energy as vast as the ocean. The young man seemed to only have the strength of the peak of the invincible realm, but his real combat capability was so strong that it was shocking. When the sword god attacked with all his strength, he even caused some injuries to him. But that was all. Songxi's almost mechanical body was completely broken. Her head was separated from her body, and she fell into the deep sea. Under the sword light, Wang Haotian's body was directly smashed into a bloody mist all over the sky. The young man who tried to stop him was pierced through the heart by Li Dongqing's sword. Just like when he came, he also disappeared abruptly. The Wang family of Beihai, like the Li family, completely became history. This year, Li Dongqing was still 40 years old. Almost half of his life had passed, and he had done everything that he could do. He had completely unloaded the responsibility that he had carried for decades. There was no relaxation, no joy, no excitement after revenge. After doing all this, Li Dongqing seemed to be completely empty in his heart. A sword moved to the East Emperor. A sword moved to the North Sea. These two swords didn't overdraw all his vitality, but they had completely emptied his soul. He didn't return to the sword god domain. Instead, he took Dongqing Yu and wandered aimlessly in every corner of the world. Dongqing Yu once asked, intentionally or unintentionally, when they would leave. There was no purpose in leaving. But there was a clear purpose. There was only one direction, which led directly to death. Everything was over. They seemed to have no reason to live. Li Dongqing's answer was also very simple. He couldn't leave. Yes, he didn't know how to die. He had once allowed his sword energy to pierce through his heart, his brain, and all the fatal acupoints in his body. But he couldn't die. At his level of martial arts, he had discovered the essence of martial arts. But he didn't bother to pursue this. But even if he didn't study it, his martial arts still broke through to an upper limit where he could clearly feel the suppression. The most direct result was not to what extent his combat capability had improved by leaps and bounds, but his whole body. There were no vital points. Dongqing Yu didn't think deeply about the answer to this question. Since her brother didn't leave, she naturally wouldn't leave either. So they traveled all over the world, looking at the mountains, lakes, seas, clouds, and the bustling world. Looking at the boundless secular world, they just watched quietly. There was no happiness, no hurt. Their hearts had long been completely empty. Then the two entered the central continent again, and entered the private cemetery of the Sword Dynasty. At the West Lake, the two unexpectedly found a small house built in the cemetery near the graves of Dongqing Huangtu and Gu Xianyan. And the guards arranged in the cemetery by the Sword Dynasty turned a blind eye to it. In the face of such a situation, the first reaction of the two was not anger, but great curiosity. The Dongqing clan's cemetery was obviously cleaned frequently. It was clean and tidy, and there were some fresh flowers and fruits, which were all very fresh, obviously changed frequently. Li Dongqing and Dongqing Yu knocked on the small wooden house in the cemetery. A graceful and slender figure walked out of the small wooden house. A faint fragrance overflowed from her body. The woman should be very young, wearing a very simple long dress, with retro hair. The moment she gently opened the door of the wooden house, the sister and brother seemed to see a beam of incomparably soft and warm light. Classical, beautiful, and mysterious. Her temperament was ethereal and gentle. It was a kind of feeling that made people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts at first glance. The woman's face was covered with a thin layer of veil, which was hazy and almost transparent, but on the face, Li Dongqing couldn't see her appearance clearly. He only remembered that she had a pair of crystal-clear eyes, with the quickness and intelligence of a young girl. They looked at the girl. The girl was also looking at them. Under the veil, the corners of her mouth were raised, as if she was smiling happily. "Who are you?" Dongqing Yu took the initiative to ask. "Sister, just call me Little Six, my nickname is Little Six." The girl said softly. Her voice was like a clear spring, with the power to nourish people's hearts. "Little Six, why not Little Five?" Dongqing Yu looked at her with some doubts. "You are here, guarding the graves of my in-laws." The girl said softly. Before the brother and sister in front of them could doubt whether their brother didn't die in prison, the girl had already bowed slightly to Li Dongqing and said softly, "Little Six greets my husband and sister." Husband, what a historical name. Li Dongqing wasn't stunned, but asked, "Why did the surrounding guards let you in?" "I lied to them, they believed me. But it's not a lie, I'm really guarding the graves of my husband's family, my parents-in-law." The girl said softly, "I don't know you." Li Dongqing said lightly. It's my father's order to let me follow my husband. I have been in love with my husband for a long time, so… The girl bit her lips softly, her eyes were very passionate. Oh, Li Dongqing replied with an oh, and walked into the wooden house. The wooden house was so simple that it made one's hair stand on end. A small wooden bed, a small wooden table, no phone, no computer, only a few scattered books. The girl followed in and said softly, "Husband, do you want to rest? Do you want to prepare a double bed?" "No need." Li Dongqing's voice was flat. The girl nodded. "If my husband and sister are tired, you can rest here for a while. Our family is here. Quietly, my parents-in-law are also looking at us." The girl's eyes flashed with a smile. Her eyes swept to the void. In the void, Qin Weibai and Li Guangtu could clearly feel that the girl's eyes fell on them. She even nodded her head. Dongqing Yu looked at her, and seemed to be a little moved. She hesitated and whispered, "What's your name?" "I can't say." The girl's voice was gentle. Dongqing Yu was stunned. "My father said that I can only tell you my name when my husband asks for it. Even this veil can only be taken off when my husband asks." Li Dongqing was indifferent. He was not curious about the beautiful face behind the veil. He was not curious about her real name and origin. She wasn't curious about who the highly suggestive imperial father represented. He was not interested, did not want to live, and was not curious. So he didn't say anything. The girl was not angry, and turned to prepare some food. Li Dongqing came to his parents' grave, and sat down quietly. He looked at the grave in front of him quietly. The sky in Linnan was sunny. The water vapor by the West Lake was hazy. Li Dongqing sat quietly with his eyes closed. From the Lin clan to Europe he had traveled all over the world. There was blood, endless killing, and emptiness. When he put everything down and came back here again, sitting in front of his parents' grave, he really completely relaxed for the first time. The world around him seemed to become extremely quiet. Li Dongqing's soul was extremely relaxed. He was extremely focused. Mysteriously, he felt the gaze that fell on him. Li Dongqing frowned and suddenly opened his eyes. In his sight, the sun came down from the corner of the cemetery. Li Dongqing saw a trance of light. A perfect, dreamy figure stood in the light, looking at him quietly and softly, with tears streaming down her face. And not far from this figure, there was an extremely stupefied man. An unprecedented feeling crashed directly into the depths of Li Dongqing's heart. He suddenly stood up and took a step forward. In his sight, the perfect woman's figure also came over. She was extremely illusory and extremely real. She reached out as if she wanted to touch Li Dongqing's face. The extremely familiar voice in the depths of his memory sounded, trembling slightly. "Child, I am Qin." A gentle breeze blew past his ears. The woman's figure suddenly disappeared. Li Dongqing stood where he was and was silent for a long time. His aura was changing without him noticing. At this moment, he thought of the young fat man he met when he was chasing Song Ci in the North Sea. He thought of the suppression he could clearly feel in martial arts. He thought of Song Ci, who had been severely injured by his sword on Mount Dibbing. He thought of a lot of things, and his temperament was constantly changing. His eyes were brighter. The kind of suppression he could feel in martial arts was becoming more and more obvious. His aura gradually receded, and his realm slid slightly to the most reasonable level. A long-lost vitality blossomed from Li Dongqing's body along with his thoughts. That was real. From another point of view, this was the beginning of his official return. The god of sword, Li Dongqing, was successfully revived. In the void, a young man in a black dragon robe laughed, feeling extremely comfortable. He watched as Li Dongqing turned around and walked towards the wooden hut. He watched as Li Dongqing walked in front of his daughter and reached out to take off the veil covering her face, revealing a peerlessly beautiful face of the Qing dynasty. He heard Li Dongqing's calm and slow voice. "What's your name?" The perspective began to disappear completely. The extremely rich darkness and the dazzling light began to recede at the same time. The entire perspective seemed to be completely closed. It seemed to be an extremely long time. It also seemed to be a moment. They clearly felt that they were moving away from the world. and then moving closer to the world. Li Dongqing's voice sounded faintly in their ears. "Husband, my name is..." They were suddenly in a trance. The next second, in front of the hibernation chamber in the biological laboratory of Emperor Dong's palace, Qin Weibai suddenly opened her eyes. Soft light. The familiar hibernation chamber. In the hibernation chamber, Dongqing Rushi was sleeping. Qin Weibai breathed heavily, and her eyes were in a trance. Li Guangtu also opened his eyes. He said nothing and was in a daze. Qin Weibai's eyes were a little confused. Countless emotions surged in her eyes. She suddenly laughed. It was like a dream. Here was everything she was familiar with. There was no death in another time and space. And her son also started a new life in that time and space. Everything was still there. It was a good feeling. The movie was worth the trip. Qin Weibai's spiritual power began to surge. She let go of the knots that she deliberately did not think about, and her spirit was completely relaxed. It was not like her desperation when she was in Mormons. But the result was the same. Qin Weibai's spiritual power touched the threshold. The threshold was immediately broken. An endless spiritual storm broke out with Qin Weibai as the center. She returned to reality from a real journey. Qin Weibai's spiritual power officially entered the transcendent realm. The turbulent spiritual storm also woke up Li Guangtu. The two people who had experienced the whole movie but had completely different moods looked at each other. The next second, they seemed to think of something and rushed to the reception area of the laboratory at the same time. They hurried. Yu Donglai sat on the sofa in the reception area, drinking red wine and eating dried fruits. Seeing the two of them rushing over at the same time, he raised his head in surprise. "Did you see a ghost? Where is he?" Qin Weibai kept glancing in all directions of the laboratory and asked in a somewhat hurried tone, "Where is the person who was talking to you here just now?" Yu Donglai had a strange look on his face. "I'm the only one here. After you went there, who talked to me?" A 20,000-word chapter. I don't know if it's a record. I didn't update yesterday. This chapter counts as an update from yesterday and today. Chapter 1282. There was a strange silence in the air. It was like a very real and long dream. Both Qin Weibai and Li Guangtu were in a trance. In particular, Qin Weibai's spiritual fluctuations were extremely violent. Her somewhat absent-minded thoughts set off one spiritual storm after another in an instant. Li Guangtu, who was in a trance, and Yu Donglai, who had a surprised look on his face, were all shrouded in it. Yu Donglai just wanted to say something, but his whole person was already frozen in place. The laboratory in front of him had disappeared in an instant. What appeared in Yu Donglai's vision was the vast, distant, and despairing starry sky. Specks of light slowly moved at the edge of his vision. Yu Donglai struggled with all his strength, but he couldn't make any sound. His heart began to sink. Qin Weibai was in the transcendent realm. But Qin Weibai was not in the transcendent realm. In another time and space, after Dongqing Huangtu died, Gu Xianyan, whose heart was already dead, did enter this realm. At that time, her mental power even inadvertently affected her son, Li Dongqing, so that Li Dongqing kept a very complete and clear memory from an early age, and indirectly created an extremely crazy and extreme sword god. At that time, Gu Xianyan's spirit was already a little abnormal. After completing her revenge, Gu Xianyan became Qin Weibai. Her mental power, which was almost out of control, also returned to zero with the recovery of her sanity. It was not until Mormons that she completely let go of everything and returned to that realm. Now Qin Weibai, this was the first time that she entered the transcendent realm in the spiritual realm. She had no experience at all. The unintentional spiritual storm directly enveloped Yu Donglai and Li Guangtu. After a long time, Qin Weibai took a deep breath, and the surrounding spiritual storm gradually subsided. Yu Donglai and Li Guangtu's bodies shook at the same time. They kept taking deep breaths, and their faces were covered with cold sweat. Qin Weibai said slowly. Her voice was firm. "There was someone here just now." "Who?" Yu Donglai wiped his sweat and smiled bitterly. The mental power of the transcendent realm could easily affect the peak of the invincible realm. and could even affect the real chosen one to a certain extent. This meant that from this moment on, although Qin Weibai didn't know martial arts, no one in the world, including Li Tianlan, could threaten her life. The spiritual power of the transcendent realm. Yu Donglai didn't expect that he would be lucky enough to experience it one day. The moment the boundless spiritual storm enveloped him, he was already in the cold and lonely starry sky. Only specks of light flickered in the extremely distant darkness, unable to approach. It was impossible to see clearly. Qin Weibai was silent for a moment and shook her head. Someone showed up here and talked to you about killing and destruction. Old man, have you forgotten all that? What are you talking about? Yu Donglai suddenly stopped halfway through his words. His brows furrowed tightly. What Qin Weibai did not notice was, Li Guangtu on the side also frowned. At this moment, Yu Donglai and Li Guangtu were two different people with two different faces, but their expressions were exactly the same. What kind of people are they? Yu Donglai suddenly asked. I don't know. Qin Weibai shook her head. He was a person who would be remembered for a long time at first sight. He wore a black dragon robe and was covered in wounds. Yu Donglai's expression became more and more confused. He shook his head hard and muttered to himself, killing, destruction. Qin Weibai stared at him closely. She couldn't tell why she was looking for that person, but her intuition told her that the other party should be able to tell her a lot of things. And these things were extremely important to herself, to Tianlan, and even to Dongqing in another time and space. Qin Weibai's spiritual power had entered the transcendent realm. She was sure that all the things she had just experienced were real to some extent, not an illusion. In that movie, decades of time passed quickly, and most of the scenes were locked on Li Dongqing. The purpose of the other party was clearly visible. The main purpose of the other party's visit was not to invite her and Li Guangtu to watch this movie. The other party's main purpose seemed to be Li Dongqing. In that time and space, when her child saw her, she clearly heard the laughter of the man in the dragon robe. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and she seemed to have made a prop for her son. What do you think of? Qin Weibai looked at Yu Donglai and asked. It seems someone talked to me about this topic. He said how to kill a city in the fastest way. I said poison. He said. He said that poison can only be used to kill people, not to deal with inanimate objects. If the inanimate objects have life and the city has life, how can we completely destroy the structure of the inanimate objects? He said. I can't remember. He said his surname is Lin. It's like a dream. I seem to have had a dream just now. No, I've been eating. Did I fall asleep? Qin Weibai was confused. His surname was Lin. This was the only useful clue, but it was also useless. Qin Weibai turned to the control area of the laboratory and turned on the monitor before the laboratory. It began to play from the moment Yu Donglai and Li Guangtu entered the laboratory. Qin Weibai saw that she and Li Guangtu came to the hibernation chamber of Dongqing Rushi. She also saw Yu Donglai drinking red wine and eating dried fruits to entertain himself. From beginning to end, there was nothing unusual. She and Li Guangtu did not leave the hibernation chamber at all in the monitor. They were not even in a daze or distracted during the whole process. Qin Weibai frowned tightly. All of this could even be regarded as a supernatural event. Qin Weibai watched it again unwillingly. Her spiritual power gradually spread out, and she stared at the monitor screen with great concentration. There was nothing unusual in the first minute. There was nothing unusual in the 10th minute. 15 minutes. 23 minutes. 24 minutes. 25 minutes. There was nothing unusual. 26 minutes. Qin Weibai's pupils suddenly contracted. She did not know if there was anything unusual in the 26th minute of the monitor, because in the monitor record, the 26th minute did not exist at all. 25 minutes and 59 seconds of the monitor. 29 minutes and 37 seconds of the monitor. Where did the 4 minutes in the middle go? The surveillance footage played naturally, without any trace of editing. But the monitor from 25 minutes to 29 minutes disappeared inexplicably. Yu Donglai had already forgotten what had happened in those few minutes, but she still remembered it clearly, right? Qin Weibai took a deep breath. A slight chill came out from the depths of her heart. It was like fear. It was very faint, but it was extremely real. She slowly stood up straight and reached out to turn off the monitor screen. The screen slowly darkened, getting darker and darker, and finally turned off completely. At the moment when the screen went black, Qin Weibai inadvertently glanced at the screen. The light in the control area was still on. The light illuminated the dark monitor screen. Everything was in an extremely quiet environment. The figure that Qin Weibai had been looking for before appeared on the dark monitor screen. No, it was reflected on the screen in front of her. Chapter 1283. The figure reflected on the screen was so clear that it seemed to be close at hand. It was as if someone was already standing behind her, very close. Qin Weibai suddenly turned around. She saw soft lights, chair back, water dispenser, sofa. No one was there. Qin Weibai narrowed her eyes and looked back at the dark monitor screen again. The figure in the black dragon robe was still clear on the screen. Qin Weibai could even see the countless complex and changing patterns on his dragon robe. This was the image of someone standing behind her, and the figure was reflected on the screen. Qin Weibai turned around again. Still no one. She was silent for a long time before she said lightly, "Who the hell are you?" The figure on the screen did not respond and did not move. "Don't want to say? Or can't say?" Qin Weibai raised her eyebrows slightly. The figure was still quiet. Qin Weibai was silent for a few seconds and stood up. "Anyway, I don't like your tricks." After a pause she continued, "But the movie was wonderful." She seemed to be completely calm. From Gu Xianyan in another time and space to the present Qin Weibai. When she was very young, she met herself. Completely transparent memories, completely synchronized thoughts, absolutely consistent feelings. They were obviously two individuals, but they were also one person. Qin Weibai's life was wonderful enough because she had experienced too many things. For her, there was almost nothing she couldn't accept. She might not understand those things, but they were not unreasonable. She had experienced time travel. What else could make her feel new? She now had that repeated dream almost every night. It seemed to be endless, constantly boring and repetitive starry sky. One galaxy after another, dark, lonely, but full of vitality. She controlled everything in her dream. She imagined thousands of trillions of interstellar fleets, imagined countless unimaginable races, and built a mechanical army that could cover the galaxy, just to find her own goal. Compared with the dream she experienced every night, everything in front of her was nothing. In this movie, the way the other party existed seemed very strange and mysterious. And mysterious, to put it bluntly, she just didn't understand it. When she really figured out the key, she would find that it was nothing more than that. Since he couldn't understand it, he might as well not think about it. At the very least, she hadn't sensed any malice from him since the beginning. No malice, just kindness. If the other party's target was her and Tianlan, she would see them again sooner or later since they still had a long life ahead of them. Even if the other party had nothing to do with him and Tianlan, and only cared about Dongcheng, he was just a tool this time. But the final result was worth his gratitude. So be it. Qin Weibai nodded at the shadow on the screen. Goodbye. She turned around and walked back to the resting area. Yu Donglai was still thinking hard. In his mind, the figure that Qin Weibai mentioned seemed to become clearer and clearer. But the content of their conversation became more and more vague. He held the glass in his hand and kept mumbling to himself. Li Guangtu was obviously a little autistic. He sat silently on the sofa, without sadness or joy, like a lifeless statue. Qin Weibai looked at him expressionlessly. Even after watching the movie and seeing the end of the Li family, her inner disgust for the Li family still did not disappear. Aren't you going to scram? Qin Weibai's voice was cold. Are you going to stay for dinner? Li Guangtu looked up at her. His eyes were bloodshot, and he said in a hoarse voice, I need an explanation. There was no concept of another time and space in his mind, so everything he experienced was somewhat inexplicable, but extremely shocking. Li Huawu was alive. His parents were Li Tianlan and Gu Xinyan's sword god. A movie that seemed to happen in reality, but it intersected with the present reality. The successful purgatory of heaven capital. It completely became a laughingstock, not even a laughingstock. No one mentioned the Lee family anymore. Fake. Illusory? In the passage of time that seemed to have nothing to do with reality, the sword god in the movie really intersected with the present world. Lee Kwang-tu could not persuade himself to ignore those things. The scar left by the sword energy on Mount Dibbing was still there. It was an unsolved mystery of the whole dark world. Such a sword could not make Lee Kwang-tu deceive himself. People. He could feel the real reality from this movie. Sword God still existed. A world that seemed to be able to occasionally interact with this time and space. Was this the truth? Lee Kwang-tu stared at Qin Weibai, and his eyes were extremely nervous. Old man, see the guest out. Qin Weibai's voice was cold and indifferent. There was not the slightest hint of emotion on her perfect, expressionless face. Yu Donglai, who was still a little confused, seemed to have given up thinking. He shook his head helplessly, stood up and said, "Let's go." Lee Kwang-tu did not move, but looked at Qin Weibai stubbornly. Qin Weibai was also looking at him. Her bright eyes flickered, reminding him of the cold stars flashing in the boundless barren distance when he was just shrouded by Qin Weibai's spiritual storm. He turned silently and slowly followed Yu Donglai out of the lab. Qin Weibai stood there and waited for about half an hour. The young man in a black dragon robe still did not appear. She did not return to the control area to watch the monitor, but opened the elevator again. The elevator went all the way up to the surface. As soon as Qin Weibai left and the elevator door closed, the door closed. In the control area of the laboratory, on the dark screen, the extremely clear shadow moved. He seemed to be walking on an endless road. The wide dragon robe on his body was fluttering. He was getting faster and faster, but he never reached the end. Just like that, he repeated the action of walking silently, as if he was going to repeat this action forever. After a long time, the figure on the screen took another step forward. His action was no different from before, but this step seemed to have reached the end. His figure walked directly out of the darkness of the monitor screen. On the black dragon robe, countless complicated patterns turned into strange patterns under the light. The young man with a chiseled face and a sharp aura all over his body looked around quietly. After a long while, he pinched his forehead and sighed as if he was a little embarrassed and did not know whether to laugh or cry. What *T. I almost couldn't get out. If I can't think of anything, I'll just stop thinking. What kind of stupid train of thought is that? You should at least think about it again. I have something to do these 2 days, so I will write less. I will try to write more tomorrow. Chapter 1284. Li Huaqing has already left with Lee Kwang-tu. Qin Weibai's elevator went from the lab to the ground, from the ground to the top floor of the castle, through the corridor, and back to the balcony. Li Tianlan was still sitting in his seat, staring at the main road of Emperor Dong's palace without saying a word. In his sight, the black Mercedes-Benz was driving slowly on the road. It was getting farther and farther away from the castle, and closer to the gate of Emperor Dong's palace. The car was a gift from Li Tianlan. Because the Flourishing Age Fund secretly held a large number of shares of the Daimler Group, Mercedes-Benz was almost the standard vehicle of the Emperor Dong's palace. It was a piece of cake to give one to Li Huaqing. Qin Weibai hesitated and sat in Li Tianlan's arms. She picked up her hair and touched Li Tianlan's face. She asked with a smile, "Are they going back to Tiandu City?" "Yes. The Purgatory of Heaven capital will leave Tiannan within 24 hours. The Parliament still attaches great importance to the Purgatory of Heaven capital. The Army Ministry will directly send a transport plane to pick up all the people and materials. I just informed Han Xinyan to let Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud take some people to take over Tiandu City and stabilize the situation first. Then the City Hall will send the Mayor of Tiandu City, the Chief Administrative Officer, and the Chief Legal Officer. When they figure out the situation, we will allocate funds and start the city transformation plan." He had a headache. We're still too short of people right now. After the election, many problems can be solved. Qin Weibai said softly. The current Emperor Dong's palace could be said to be the most powerful superpower in the dark world. Li Tianlan did not lack masters or money, but he lacked a lot of talents in various fields, especially in the field of administration. There was a serious shortage. For a city or a province, it was not enough to appoint a few high-level officials. In any structure that could establish a certain order, the middle level and grassroots were indispensable. Sometimes, they were even more important than the high-level officials. What Emperor Dong's palace lacked at the moment was this kind of talent. The only way for Emperor Dong's palace to deal with this situation was to poach people from all over the Zhongzhou state. But the effect of poaching people was not ideal. Many people who planned to come to Tiannan could not meet the requirements of Emperor Dong's palace, and those who could meet the requirements might not be willing to come. In the past 2 years, the current administrative power of Xianyuan City had reached 3,000 people, involving various departments such as transportation, public security, construction, finance, commerce, etc. And this number was far from enough. Not to mention the fact that a considerable portion of the 3,000 people were not qualified. The whole of Xianyuan City now had the prototype of a prosperous city in terms of structure, but it was far from being up to standard in terms of software. This was also the reason why Emperor Dong's palace didn't unify Tiannan even though it had enough strength. There was simply not enough manpower. Now, with the withdrawal of the Purgatory of Heaven capital from Tiannan, the territory they left in Tiannan was bound to be taken over by Emperor Dong's palace, even if they had to bite the bullet. At this point, Emperor Dong's palace could not give in at all. It could only keep moving forward. If it took a step back, it might lead to countless speculations from various forces. If it was used by people with ulterior motives, it might lead to countless consequences. There's still a year before the election. Li Tianlan shook her head. After the election, he would have an official identity. Whether he was a member of parliament, a special advisor of Zhongzhou state, or the deputy minister of the army headquarters, his identity could enable him to transfer many people from various agencies of Zhongzhou state to supplement the manpower needed in various aspects of Tiannan to a certain extent. In addition, a few months later, Emperor Dong's palace would graduate from the 2 academies. It had already begun to prepare for the recruitment work before that. It was totally a cruel posture to catch all the talents of the 2 academies in one fell swoop. Various agencies in Zhongzhou state that were waiting for fresh blood had already been complaining, but Li Tianlan didn't care about it at all. With Li Tianlan's current power in the dark world, it was not difficult at all to recruit people from the 2 academies. But this group of people was mostly combatants, and there was still a shortage of administrative personnel. After the election, Emperor Dong's palace could indeed have a group of effective forces, but it also needed to gain a foothold in Tiannan. Xianyuan City was far from enough. There was also Ningbian, which was occupied by the Freedom Corps in the rear. There was also a joint city of various forces, Heaven capital of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, and Flame City, which was occupied by the Burning Corps in the southernmost part of Tiannan. 5 cities, the entire Tiannan. This also meant the administrative strength of the 5 cities, as well as all kinds of talents in other aspects. At present, when Xianyuan City was not perfect enough, Li Tianlan's scalp tingled at the thought of other cities. And the best solution was undoubtedly for Emperor Dong's palace to unify Tiannan as soon as possible and completely convince Annan in the south. Then, Emperor Dong's palace would announce that Tiannan would return to Zhongzhou state and become Tiannan province of Zhongzhou state. In this way, the forces in all aspects could be quickly replenished. But the premise of all this was to ensure the stability of Tiannan. And what Li Tianlan lacked at present was the administrative strength to stabilize Tiannan. If it really doesn't work, can I continue to borrow people from my parents? Qin Weibai blinked her eyes. It's hard for them too, Li Tianlan said helplessly. And they're not very useful. Nowadays, some people in Xianyuan City were drawn from the territory of the giant group. But under the situation that the giant group maintained its own stability, it was impossible to replenish the forces in all aspects of Tiannan all at once. Moreover, the conditions of Emperor Dong's palace for recruiting people were extremely harsh. They didn't want those who had just started working and had no experience. They also didn't want those who had been working for a few years, because they were also not very useful. What they wanted were those who were serious and responsible. That was the real talent. How many of such people could there be? If they really gave too many, the Dongqing clan wouldn't say anything, but the other wealthy families of the giant group would be the first to make trouble. There will always be a solution. Qin Weibai said with a smile. At least in Tiandu City, we can put up a framework and barely maintain it. In recent years, Li Guangtu has been very xenophobic, and there are very few aborigines there. If it doesn't work, we can transfer some elites of the Freedom Corps there. If there really is trouble, we don't have to worry that we can't suppress it. It's not long enough, but that's all we can do. Li Tianlan nodded. Qin Weibai put her arms around Li Tianlan's neck, and her eyes flickered. She looked thoughtfully at the Mercedes-Benz that was about to leave Emperor Dong's palace. Emperor Dong's palace now lacked a lot of talents, especially talents in the field of administrative justice. And it just so happened that Qin Weibai knew that there was a top talent in the Purgatory of Heaven capital, who could even replace military counselor to some extent. The Li family, Li Huazhang, the superior of the invincible realm who was killed by Li Dongqing in Holy Emperor Palace in another time and space. And in Dongqing Huangtu's time, his existence could definitely be said to be Emperor Dong's right-hand man. At that time, Han Donglu was in charge of all the business affairs of Emperor Dong's palace, and Li Huazhang's role was more like the chief administrative officer of Emperor Dong's palace. Qin Weibai didn't like the only person in the Li family who could be regarded as Li Guangtu's peer. But she didn't deny his loyalty. But his loyalty was not to Emperor Dong's palace or to the Purgatory of Heaven capital, but to the Li family. So in another time and space, he could mix well in Emperor Dong's palace and the Purgatory of Heaven capital. At that time, whether it was Dongqing Huangtu or Emperor Huawu, they might not like this little uncle, but they could completely trust his position. Time and space intertwined. Li Huazhang still existed. Emperor Dong's palace now completely suppressed the Purgatory of Heaven capital, so Qin Weibai was 100% sure that she could invite him to Emperor Dong's palace. And it was certain that as long as Emperor Dong's palace still maintained its suppression of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, there was no possibility of Li Huazhang's betrayal, and he would do his best to plan for the future of Emperor Dong's palace. If he was willing to come, Li Tianlan would have another military counselor. Let's not talk about the long future. At least for now, Li Huazhang could solve most of the problems in Heaven capital that Li Tianlan was worried about. FPZW. Chapter 1285. There is someone in the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Tianlan, you still have to pay attention to him. Qin Weibai thought for a while and said softly. Ooh. Li Tianlan kept breathing. His mouth and nose were full of the scent that made him feel at ease and nostalgia. In this state, Li Tianlan felt like a salted fish. All he wanted to do was to sink into the land of warmth and tenderness. He had no ambition or motivation to work hard. Li Huazhang. Qin Weibai's eyebrows twitched slightly, but she still said the name in the end. She didn't like this person very much, but for the current Emperor Dong's palace, he was indeed a very useful person. During the Li family's heyday, he was a core member and played the role of a strategist for the Li family. There was no doubt about his ability. Moreover, in another time and space, his level in all aspects had been personally tested by Li Tianlan, but now Li Tianlan didn't know it. Li Huazhang was now a senior staff officer in the Purgatory of Heaven capital. He was the core, but his position in the core was relatively marginal. His personal relationship with Li Guangtu was not good, so he got such a role that was valued but not put in an important position. If he joined Emperor Dong's palace, he could establish a certain order in a city by himself. If he had a good team, Li Huazhang could completely stabilize half of Tiannan. And birds of a feather flock together. The Li family's position on Li Huazhang was obvious. Now that he was in the Purgatory of Heaven capital, the people who could walk with him basically had the same position as him. And as the only person in the Li family who could be compared with Li Guangtu in terms of seniority, his potential influence was great. There was a very interesting phenomenon in the Li family as a whole. With the death of Li Honghe, Emperor Dong's palace and the purgatory of heaven capital coexisted in the dark world. The division and opposition of the Li family had become extremely obvious. In the eyes of the Li family, the old people around Li Tianlan were more loyal to Li Honghe than to Li Guangtu. For example, Yu Donglai, the poison doctor, was one of Li Honghe's sacred guards. Fireman, known as the strongest expert in the fire-flaming realm. Li Tianying, who once controlled the largest special force in Zhongzhou State. Today, the Ministry of Security of Zhongzhou State was Evergreen Leaf. Tianying now controlled most of the intelligence agencies in Emperor Dong's palace. And Situt Songyue, the hidden god of Zhongzhou State, who was cultivated by Li Honghe. These were all people who carried out Li Honghe's will and stood firmly by Li Tianlan's side. Although there were not as many people in the purgatory of heaven capital, in terms of personal ability, they really made everyone speechless. The people standing next to Li Guangtu were those who were more loyal to Li Guangtu than to Li Honghe in the Li family. Daybreak, dawn, 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 phoenix, phoenix, and Buddha. Li Mountainy and sect. In fact, there Li and more, Li, that was the former power of the Li family. And the Li Dong, Li, the Li family, Li family, Li. With the fall of the Li family, the Southeast group also suffered a great loss. A large number of core personnel were purged, and the Southeast group fell from the ranks of the only supergroup, and became a first-tier group similar to the Prince group. Among these people, their fates were also different. Some left the scene dejectedly, some pretended to be courteous, some hid their tails between their legs and lived an ignoble existence, and some stubbornly fought to the end. Different people had different approaches. This group was so big that the Wang family of Beihai couldn't completely clean it up. They couldn't find many people, and even if they did, they could only turn a blind eye to it. Naturally, there were some people who were on Li Tianlan's side. There were two representative figures. The first one was Wu Jingmin. At that time, Li Honghe seized the opportunity to enter Jiangzhou directly, held Jiangzhou in his hands again, and completely handed the future of Jiangzhou to Li Tianlan. With Wu Jingmin as their leader, Jiangzhou propped up the embryonic form of the new group. Nowadays, there was basically no one in Jiangzhou who was loyal to Li Guangtu. As long as Wu Jingmin's position did not change, the position of the senior management of Jiangzhou would not change. Even if Li Guangtu wanted to intervene, there was no chance. Another representative figure was Li Tianlan's current neighbor, Ning Ziyuan, the commander of the Freedom Corps in Ningbian city of Tiannan. He was also the person who was firmly on Li Tianlan's side. The number of people in the Freedom Corps had expanded to 50,000. These 50,000 people could be mobilized by Li Tianlan at will to stabilize the fighting force of Tiannan. Now many people had discussed in private that if Tiannan really fell into the hands of Emperor Dong's palace in the future, this place would become the foundation of Emperor Dong's palace. Excluding Li Tianlan, the Ning family might become the richest family in Tiannan in the future. Because to some extent, Ning Ziyuan and Ning Qianqing controlled all the official affairs and monarchical affairs of Tiannan. There were not many of them, but each of them could fight against 10 elders of the Li family, the entire Jiangzhou, the entire Freedom Corps. These were the three gifts that Li Honghe left for Li Tianlan, and Li Tianlan could completely control them. In addition, the other official forces of the Li family, those who were suppressed, purged, and still dormant, mostly followed Li Guangtu in the past, intending to replace the Wang family of Beihai. Now there was no need to say more about their positions. Judging from the current situation, the difference between Emperor Dong's palace and the purgatory of heaven capital was obvious. At this time, if Li Huazhong joined Emperor Dong's palace in a high profile, Emperor Dong's palace would have more than a few talents like Li Huazhong. He could even use his identity and seniority to persuade these forces that were still standing by Li Guangtu's side with the general trend of Emperor Dong's palace. It was hard to say how much he would gain, but he would definitely gain something. As long as Li Huazhong was given enough time, he could even build a channel of talent transfer for Emperor Dong's palace alone. The most important thing was, Qin Weibai's current spiritual power had officially entered the transcendent realm. Standing at this height, She could not enslave other people's souls, but she could already change the cognition of many people quietly. Why was the Saint Emperor in the Holy Land so terrifying? Because as long as he saw his goal, he could change the target into what he wanted to see. Spirit, thinking, cognition, and faith. Under the shroud of the mental storm, as long as he was willing, he could completely change a person into someone else without him even realizing it. And such a modification was often more terrifying than the pure lethality of martial arts. And what the Saint Emperor could do. Now Qin Weibai also had the qualification to try. She did not intend to change Li Huazhang into another person. But through spiritual suggestion, she could change his loyalty from the Li family to Li Tianlan, and constantly strengthen this kind of thinking. At this point, Qin Weibai could already do it. Li Huazhang. Li Tianlan muttered this name to himself, his eyes very calm. He had always known this name, but this morning when his real body arrived at the headquarters of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, he really met this little uncle, and his attitude made Li Tianlan quite surprised. Obviously, in the headquarters of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, the little uncle did not support Li Guangtu, but stood firmly on his side. If he is willing to come to Emperor Dong's palace, we can let him be the mayor of Heaven capital. Qin Weibai did not say other benefits. Li Tianlan would find out eventually, so it did not make much sense to say it. Letting Li Huazhang be the mayor of Heaven capital seemed to be the most practical at present. Tianlan, you can go to the headquarters of the Purgatory of Heaven capital again, and bring Li Huazhang here before they leave. This person is not loyal to Li Guangtu. It can be seen that he is a little embarrassed in the Purgatory of Heaven capital. It is said that he is not on good terms with Li Guangtu. If you go in person, he will have a great chance to go with you, because you are the patriarch of the Li family, and Li Huazhang does not value the rise and fall of the Purgatory of Heaven capital and Emperor Dong's palace. What he values most is the future of the Li family. Even in his heart, as long as the Li family is still there, it doesn't matter what happens to the Purgatory of Heaven capital and Emperor Dong's palace. I know him. Li Tianlan said faintly. I don't need to go there. This person, he will come in a few days. After a pause, he continued. It is estimated that some people from the Purgatory of Heaven capital will come in these days. Let's make a unified arrangement then. When he left the headquarters of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, he gave the Purgatory of Heaven capital 3 days. Just like giving Li Guangtu a chance. Someone in the Purgatory of Heaven capital said something about his background, and he officially announced who the next heir of the Li family would be. This was the most powerful response and the best Li Tianlan could do. Let his and Dongqing Rushi's future child inherit the Li family, and the child's surname would still be Li. Li Tianlan could not do anything else. It was impossible to really welcome Li Guangtu and the others into Emperor Dong's palace, and let Li Guangtu control everything in Emperor Dong's palace. There were many people in the Purgatory of Heaven capital who had many thoughts. Some were on his side, some supported Li Guangtu, and some were wavering. Li Tianlan did not know who would come to Emperor Dong's palace to report in 3 days. He had given all the conditions that should be given. To be honest, even if those people did not accept it, Li Tianlan could understand. But understanding was understanding. Those who did not come in 3 days were enemies. Li Tianlan never had the habit of showing mercy to his enemies. I've given them 3 days. Li Tianlan whispered. I told them that when Rushi wakes up, our child will be surnamed Li, and this child will inherit the Li family. He put his arms around Qin Weibai's slender waist and whispered, Do you feel wronged? No, I don't. Qin Weibai shook her head and wiggled her calves on Li Tianlan's body. Fighting for the family property is too cliché. And it's just a Li family. Not to mention the future. Even now, what you have is more than just a Li family. If you and Rushi have a child, he will inherit the Li family in the future. If we have a child in the future, he will naturally inherit what he should inherit. And we don't even have a child. It's not certain if we will separate from the family. You think too much. Li Tianlan smiled and reached out to pinch Qin Weibai's plump buttocks. When are you going to leave? Qin Weibai said that when Li Huaqing's affairs were solved, she should return to the Lin clan. I should have left today. Qin Weibai glared at him, a little charming. She reached out and slapped away Li Tianlan's dishonest paws. Wait a little longer. 3 days later, I am also very curious about whether people from the purgatory of heaven capital will come, and how many people will come. After satisfying my curiosity, I will leave. Why do you think I am annoying? I haven't finished tearing the stockings. How can you be annoying? Li Tianlan shook his head solemnly. Ro. Qin Weibai glared at him with a red face. Li Tianlan stretched and said with a smile, white and black tonight. Qin Weibai snorted softly and stood up. She leaned over the railing of the balcony and looked at the scenery in the distance. Li Tianlan sat casually, admiring her back. She was so close to him, so exquisite. Is there anything else we need to do before the election? Qin Weibai asked. Whatever. Li Tianlan shook his head. Let them do whatever they want. It has nothing to do with us. Including Huiting, Qin Weibai laughed. The situation in Zhongzhou State was almost white-hot. The crisis in Liaodong had not been settled yet. Wang Xiaoyao returned to Zhongzhou State this time, and set off an extremely violent storm in Huiting. The Southeast Group and the Prince Group were all involved. Wu Yue and Huiting became the new focus of Zhongzhou State. In the next less than a year, Zhongzhou State would only become more and more lively. If the new group wanted to get involved, it might be profitable if it operated well. Including Huiting. Li Tianlan nodded. In fact, at this time, we have already done a lot of things without doing anything. Qin Weibai tilted her head and thought for a moment. She said softly, it makes sense. When she tilted her head, a strand of black hair fell from her ear, and was blown up by the slightly cold wind in Emperor Dong's palace. It seemed to glow with a faint golden light in the sun. Li Tianlan looked at her quietly. She looked at his Emperor Dong's palace. He was looking at her. This was the most beautiful scenery he had ever seen in his life. Can you suppress the matter of the Lin clan? Li Tianlan asked softly. Qin Weibai turned around and looked at him with some doubts. I'm used to having you around. Li Tianlan stood up and walked behind her. He held her body in his arms and lowered his head to gently bite her neck. I'm a little reluctant to leave you. Qin Weibai seemed to be a little ticklish. She twisted her body and giggled. What can I do if I stay? Stay at home with you every day and be bullied by you? We can go out for a walk. Li Tianlan said softly. In a few days, I plan to go to East Island in America. There are also a lot of people in Zhongzhou State that I want to meet. I have to go to many places. Without you, I always feel that something is missing. Let's go and have a look together. It can also be regarded as a vacation. Anyway, we're not in a hurry. We can stay for a while wherever we like. Is this the mentality of a man showing off his achievements to his spouse? Qin Weibai rubbed Li Tianlan's face with her head. I guess so, Li Tianlan said with some uncertainty. Or is it the mentality of a man who wants to show off his wife's beauty and let everyone see it, and enjoy being envied? Qin Weibai continued to laugh. I guess so, Li Tianlan laughed. I'm going to take you with me. Wherever I can influence. I should remember the appearance of the hostess of Emperor Dong's palace. He kissed Qin Weibai's face. Do you want me to go to Europe with you first? Since there may be a problem with the European branch of the Lin clan, it's good to go with you. After the problem is solved, you don't have to leave. Zhongzhou State really doesn't care anymore. Qin Weibai said softly. I'll just watch the fun. Li Tianlan said blandly. It's already the limit for the new group to have the current scale. It's not a good thing to be too greedy. They can do whatever they want. As long as I don't take action, they won't provoke me. After the election, the new situation is our stage. The Academy, the North, the Crown Prince, the Southeast, the Special Warfare Group, the wealthy families, and the new group. The pattern of the 7 groups had been determined. The new group had gained a lot. Even if Li Tianlan continued to go out and stir up trouble, the gains would be limited and meaningless. The goal of the giant group was very clear. It was to ensure that Dongqing Wudi would be re-elected and complete the internal reshuffle at the same time, and to help Li Tianlan stabilize and digest the interests of the new group to the greatest extent. Liaodong had been lively. Next, the case in Liaodong would cool down. Both the new group and the giant group could stay out of it and readjust their internal structure. And the special warfare group would face an extremely severe test next. Because Li Tianlan's position had been determined. The special advisor of Zhongzhou State and the war god of Zhongzhou State. The supreme leader of the special warfare system was not a member of the special warfare group. It was estimated that now, whether it was Gu Xingyun, Jiang Shangyu or Li Kuangtu, they were all in a dilemma. After the election, they would work under the pressure of Dong Huang. How to integrate their own forces was the top priority at the moment. Now they would be thankful if they could not be affected by the chaos, let alone participate in the next battle. Therefore, with the dominance of Huading and Wuyue as the center, the entire Zhongzhou state would become the battlefield between the Prince Group and the Southeast Group. The academics would mediate between the two sides, and the North Group would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, looking for opportunities. In less than a year, tit for tat and intrigue against each other would be very lively. Li Tianlan would just wait and see. There was really no need to intervene. Contact the route in Nanyuan. We can go to Europe now, Li Tianlan said. Forget it. Qin Weibai thought for a moment. Later, I'll have a video conference with them. Let's delay it for a while. I'm not leaving, Li Tianlan said with a smile. It's up to you. Qin Weibai narrowed her eyes and whispered. Good girl. Li Tianlan clenched his hands. Qin Weibai closed her eyes and leaned in Li Tianlan's arms. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. I feel that you're starting to like me again. When did I not like you? Li Tianlan was stunned. There's something wrong with you these days. Sometimes you hide from me and rarely touch me when you sleep. You used to like to hold me when you sleep. Even if you fall asleep, you don't let me go. But these days, you've been sleeping with your back to me. Qin Weibai pouted and was a little angry. I thought you were tired of me. I've never been tired of you. Li Tianlan responded seriously, and then frowned. A few days ago, I was a little strange. I've been imagining things. I always have a feeling that you're not you. And then, Qin Weibai tried to calm herself down and asked with a smile. I'm just imagining things. You're still you. There's no then. Li Tianlan laughed. You're always unique. Qin Weibai turned around from Li Tianlan's arms and put her arms around his neck. She said with a faint smile. You've learned how to say sweet words. You've made progress. She leaned close to Li Tianlan's ear and whispered. I'll reward you tonight. Then I'll choose black silk stockings tonight, Li Tianlan said with a smile. She rolled her eyes at Li Tianlan, nodded, and said yes. And that pair of silver high-heeled shoes, the brightest pair. That red silk scarf is also good. Damn Hermes, I want that too. And that earring that you said is an antique, I want that too. Why don't you say anything? Li Tianlan glanced at Qin Weibai. Qin Weibai, who had already imagined that image of herself, blushed and said shamefully, as you wish. Okay. Li Tianlan nodded, very satisfied. What about clothes? What kind? Qin Weibai asked. Li Tianlan looked confused and said innocently, what clothes? Qin Weibai clenched her fist and hammered Li Tianlan, saying with hatred, rogue. In the spacious and comfortable back row, Li Kuangtu looked back for the third time, and the Emperor Dong's palace in his sight had become a little blurred. Li Huaxing, who had been paying attention to Li Kuangtu, suddenly smiled and joked. Why do you live here? Do you have feelings for living here? Do you suddenly feel reluctant to leave? Li Kuangtu, who looked calm, shook his head and frowned thoughtfully. What are you thinking about? The back row baffle was put down, and Li Huaxing's tone also seemed a little careless. If you plan to take revenge on the Emperor Dong's palace now, I advise you to give up this idea. At least, you have to wait until your injury is better. If you take action now, it's no different from hitting a stone with an egg, and it's meaningless. Hitting a stone with an egg. Hitting a stone with an egg. Li Kuangtu muttered to himself, and his eyes became more and more confused. Li Huaxing frowned and also fell silent. He quietly looked at the super expert who was about to become the commander of the Purgatory Legion of Zhongzhou State, his eyes calm and deep. Li Guangtu suddenly came to his senses and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I'm a little tired, and my spirit is not very good. I can take what you said as true, Li Huaqing said slowly. But are you sure this is what you want to say? If you have any future troubles for the Emperor Dong's palace now, it's still not too late. No, Li Guangtu shook his head. It's not a future trouble, but I feel that there seems to be something that I didn't bring back from there. What is it? Li Huaqing narrowed his eyes. Both of them were lost in thought at the same time, and they were thinking about the same problem. As a captive, Li Guangtu must have had nothing when he was in the Emperor Dong's palace. What could he have not brought back? It couldn't be that he was reluctant to give up the cigarettes and wine that the Emperor Dong's palace provided him when he was a captive. I forgot. Li Guangtu took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice. I seem to have forgotten a very important thing. The black car was driving on the street of Xianyuan City, and it was smooth. You can think about it slowly. Li Huaqing patted him on the shoulder. Is it a person, something, or something specific? It's... Li Guangtu's eyes were confused and he murmured, it's a dream. Chapter 1286. After lunch, Li Tianlan didn't continue to be with Qin Weibai. The young Dong Huang, who had reached the top of the divine list, was rarely diligent. He planned to look through the materials that he hadn't read since military counselor sent them over. The materials were passed from different people one by one, gathered and sorted out by military counselor, and then placed on Li Tianlan's seemingly ordinary desk, which actually had an extraordinary origin. Li Tianlan's desk had many functions. For example, eating, watching movies, playing games. Sometimes, when Li Tianlan was in a good mood, it would even become a battlefield for him to conquer Qin Weibai. But the desk was never used for work. All kinds of materials would be thrown into an alloy safe when they arrived here, and never see the light of day. When he wanted to take them out, he found that he even forgot the password of the safe. Qin Weibai told him the password. Then she watched Li Tianlan take out stack after stack of materials, and read them carefully. All kinds of materials covered a wide range of fields. Countless industries under the Flourishing Age Fund were exposed and still hidden under this iceberg. Some were the resumes of some important figures of the new group, their ideas of Zhengji, some advantages and disadvantages, and future development directions after the analysis of the think tank of Emperor Dong's palace, and the various nodes of the constantly expanding intelligence organization of Emperor Dong's palace. The new group would officially appear in the vision of everyone in Zhongzhou State after the election. Jiangzhe, Dongshan, Nanyue, and Xia would all become the traditional sphere of influence of the new group. In the cabinet, Wu Jingmin and Bai Qingqian were also enough to raise a flag. In addition, there was the Ministry of Security that Qingye now controlled. What kind of investment plan should the Flourishing Age Fund have in these provinces? How large the investment? Which groups or wealthy families should cooperate with? Who should be supported, this group or even other groups? And how to maximize the various resources in the new group to carry out the most reasonable expansion. In addition, there was the think tank's external expansion strategy after referring to the opinions of Zhongzhou State. The detailed situation of each city in Tiannan. A lot of materials in different aspects explained one thing. That was, Emperor Dong's palace should completely integrate into the dark world as soon as possible. And the new group should completely integrate into Zhongzhou State as soon as possible. In the world of Zhengji, there was no clear friend or foe, let alone good or bad. Therefore, in most cases, there should not be clear likes and dislikes. Balance and stability were always the most important. The new group was like the sun in the sky, but such momentum could not be maintained forever. No group would welcome a team that was independent of them, because it meant that there was no balance, and if there was no balance, it meant instability. Therefore, the new group had to approach other groups from different fields, and in line with their own interests. They cooperated in various aspects and fields, and supported some people with different standpoints but similar ideologies to rise to power. Most of the time, these things could become the foundation of one's standing, and they could also be used as weapons to attack the enemy. It was the same for all the major groups. Even when the Southeast group and the Prince group were almost at each other's throats, the cooperation between the two groups in some aspects had never stopped. Only by thoroughly integrating into each other could the new group truly stabilize its foundation. The relationship between Emperor Dong's palace and the Dark World was, to some extent, the relationship between the new group and Zhongzhou state. Li Tianlan looked at it seriously. There were more and more documents on the table. The A4 papers were densely packed with words, all kinds of complicated and boring data, and there were no F*King illustrations. Li Tianlan naturally had a bad headache, but he didn't say much and just gnawed at the documents little by little. There was no doubt about the tenacity of a person who could insist on swinging his sword and sheathing it tens of thousands of times a day, regardless of rain or shine. He didn't read it before because he was lazy, but now that he had made up his mind to do something, Li Tianlan couldn't persuade himself to give up. Instead, he was more serious than anyone else. In his words, he was looking at his assets, and the happiness was second only to the time when he was lying on Qin Weibai. Qin Weibai stayed by Li Tianlan's side obediently, smiling. Occasionally, she lit a cigarette for Li Tianlan, helped him look through the documents, or stood behind him and massaged his shoulders and neck. She made a plate of small desserts and squeezed juice for Li Tianlan. It seemed that she was busier than Li Tianlan. It was nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that Li Tianlan was completely immersed in a lot of documents, Qin Weibai quietly left Li Tianlan's office. She went out of the corridor and got off the elevator. She left the castle. She walked quietly in her own home, like a scenery. A large number of staff and guards came and went in Emperor Dong's palace. Everyone would subconsciously slow down when they saw her. She and Li Tianlan were not married yet, but everyone called her Madam. She could see the awe and admiration in the eyes of those guards, and also the envy and a trace of jealousy in the eyes of those women who worked in Emperor Dong's palace. They wanted to be jealous but couldn't. Samsara Palace had become Emperor Dong's palace, just as Qin Weibai had said at the beginning. She had changed from the palace master's sister to the palace master's woman. Conspiracies, schemes, strategizing. These were things she was good at. But they were not what she liked. She liked this kind of life now. She liked today's morning and afternoon. She liked Li Tianlan holding her in his arms and watching the scenery. She liked accompanying him to do some small things when he was working. This feeling was peaceful and satisfying. It seemed that she would never get tired of it. She stood on the huge fountain square in front of the castle, watching the water column rise into the sky and the torrent. The wind that blew past her ears was mixed with the subtle sword qi, with the smell of flowers and grass. She walked and stopped until a very beautiful building appeared in front of her. The main body of the European-style single-family villa was white. It was located in the garden area of Emperor Dong's palace, surrounded by flowers of various colors. There was a small forest on the periphery. In front of the villa, there was a small arch bridge at the bottom of the lake. The water under the bridge was clear, and the fish were flowing toward the artificial lake of Emperor Dong's palace. This was almost in the center of Emperor Dong's palace, but it seemed to be completely isolated from the whole Emperor Dong's palace. The inside and outside of the forest were completely different. It was quiet, leisurely, and peaceful. Qin Weibai was a little confused. She didn't know why she came to this place inexplicably. She naturally knew about this place, but she had never been here before. In the whole Emperor Dong's palace, this was the only place that dared to hang Li Tianlan's name outside. Tianlan Clinic. At first, Xianyuan Wushang planned to name it Tianlan Clinic or Little Tianlan Clinic. Qin Weibai, who knew that Li Tianlan was not little at all, felt that Xianyuan Wushang was implying something about her, so she forcibly removed the word little from the name. A clinic that dared to openly mock Emperor Dong naturally attracted a lot of attention, so it was usually very lively. Of course, the so-called lively was only relative. Most of the people who could enter Emperor Dong's palace had entered the 4 realms of martial arts and were healthy. Even some of the middle and senior executives of the Flourishing Age Fund were successful people who paid attention to their health. It was completely rare for them to get sick. So it could only be said that the private hospital inside Emperor Dong's palace was more deserted, and there were basically no people in the clinic. After the establishment of the clinic, in Qin Weibai's memory, it seemed that she had never seen this fat man again. Oh no, she saw him once. It was when he reached out to Li Tianlan for money. The money was not much, less than 10 million yuan. Then this damn fatty bought almost a warehouse full of coke, which almost filled up most of the wards in his clinic. The rest of the money was random drugs that he probably didn't even know what they were used for. Then he used the remaining millions of yuan to play the game. His whole body was covered in godly equipment. He led a befuddled life. He really led a befuddled life. After that, Qin Weibai didn't even hear that Xianyuan Wushang went out. Qin Weibai hesitated for a moment and stepped forward. She walked across the bridge and passed by the garden. After all, it was a clinic. The door was closed, so Qin Weibai went straight in. The inside of the clinic was surprisingly clean and tidy. Unlike the usual den of a fat otaku, Xianyuan Wushang was sitting in front of the computer with his back to Qin Weibai, cursing. That's the assassin. He's killed me twice. Focus fire and kill him in one wave. Knight, be invincible. Ahaha. Watch me fight 7 to 7. Where's the priest? Add. Open the boss, open the boss. Damn it. What's there to be afraid of? Open it, open it, open it. He stared at the screen, casually picked up a large bottle of coke from beside him, and raised his head. Qin Weibai saw with her own eyes that the large bottle of coke was reduced by more than half in an instant. He fumbled on the table with his other hand for a long time, but to no avail. He roared, Xing Tian, get 2 cartons of cigarettes. Quick, fire support. Qin Weibai watched silently for a while, and suddenly understood why she came here. Some questions that had been completely suppressed in her mind resurfaced when her heart was the most relaxed. She subconsciously came here, thinking that Xianyuan Wushang could give her an answer. Qin Weibai coughed softly. Xianyuan Wushang, who was busy commanding the instance dungeon again, didn't notice it for a moment. Qin Weibai said helplessly, when the patient dies behind you, won't you notice that the body is cold? Xianyuan Wushang's chubby body suddenly shook, and he turned around in astonishment. Then he stood up instinctively. Ahaha, sister-in-law is here. Sit. He casually turned off the computer, picked up a new bottle of coke with a hollow smile, and poured a cup for Qin Weibai. Qin Weibai was silent for 2 seconds. Don't you even have water here? No. Xianyuan Wushang said righteously. I don't like to drink it. This was a clinic that provided coke to patients for free. No matter what was wrong with you, have a large cup of coke to calm down first? Qin Weibai didn't touch the coke in front of her. This kind of carbonated drink had a great impact on the body and skin, and it was completely her natural enemy. She had never touched it in her previous life or this life. I heard from Tianlan that Xing Tian recently asked for a leave, and specially asked for a quiet room. Is he playing games with you? Qin Weibai asked. She hadn't seen Xianyuan Wushang during this time, but she had seen Xing Tian several times. Xing Tian was one of the guards of Emperor Dong's palace now. His figure was too conspicuous, and sometimes he could be recognized at a glance even if he was far away. Ah, he's not playing games. He's busy recently. Xianyuan Wushang said with a smile. But he can hear me calling him here. He should be going to get me a cigarette now. Xianyuan Wushang lived a leisurely life, but Xing Tian had been carrying out the task given to him by Xianyuan Wushang. He was looking for Wang Yuetong. With limited clues and the possibility of being deceived, the first thing Xing Tian wanted to find was the eldest princess in the time corridor. As long as the eldest princess felt the trace of Xing Tian searching for her, her will would come to Tianan immediately. At that time, he could directly ask the eldest princess where Wang Yuetong was. However, this was obviously a rather difficult task. Fortunately, the eldest princess was an ally. If she was a top figure in a hostile state, it would be completely impossible for Xing Tian to find her. It was even possible that he would be cheated of his life unknowingly. Qin Weibai took a deep look at him and didn't say much. Seeing that Qin Weibai had no intention of drinking water, Xianyuan Wushang took the coke in front of her and took a sip. He asked curiously, Sister-in-law, are you not feeling well? As he spoke, His eyes involuntarily glanced at the computer that had just been turned off. It seemed that he was still thinking about the instance dungeon that he had just started. Qin Weibai pretended not to see Xianyuan Wushang's absent-mindedness and said blandly, "I just saw a man in the biological laboratory." Ah. Xianyuan Wushang looked confused. "I forgot what he looked like." Qin Weibai frowned. But he seemed to be seriously injured. It was the kind of injury that seemed to be getting injured every minute and second. "I saw with my own eyes that his wounds were torn and healed." Her thoughts began to become clear, and she was completely sure that Xianyuan Wushang must have some clues. She thought of the movie she had seen, the space-time she saw. Why did she come to find Xianyuan Wushang? It was not because of the various strange states that Xianyuan Wushang showed when he saved Li Tianlan. The main reason was that she saw Xianyuan Wushang suddenly appear on the surface of Beihai in the fast-forward scene of another space-time. He stood with Li Dongqing and seemed to say something. Xianyuan Wushang at that time was exactly the same as he was now. What did this mean? Looking at the movie from the perspective of this space-time, it was difficult to tell whether what happened in the movie was in the past or in the past. But the key age should not be wrong. When Qin Weibai saw Xianyuan Wushang in the movie, Li Dongqing was already 40 years old, but Xianyuan Wushang was still a young man. If that Xianyuan Wushang belonged to that space-time, he should be at least 70 years old based on his current age. But the Xianyuan Wushang she saw was still the same as now. He suddenly appeared and disappeared. Did this prove that the Xianyuan Wushang in the movie she had seen was the fat man in front of her? Could he go directly from this space-time to that space-time? It sounded incredible. But this seemed to be the only explanation. If Xianyuan Wushang could do it, then what was his relationship with the man who had invited her and Li Guangtu to watch a movie? That was why she came to this clinic. Here, she might be able to find some crucial clues, or even directly find the answer. Xianyuan Wushang's pupils suddenly contracted. All his absent-mindedness seemed to vanish in that instant. "You're injured every second?" Xianyuan Wushang looked at Qin Weibai seriously. "It's not just injuries." Qin Weibai shook her head. "And it's still healing. I saw it with my own eyes." His skin seemed to be torn by something. But before I could see it clearly, the wound on his body had already healed. Xianyuan Wushang was silent for a long time before he lowered his voice and slowly said, "Where was he injured?" "My entire body." Qin Weibai frowned and said, "That should be the case. What I saw was that there was a mist of blood all over his body, but all the wounds were healing. Then they were torn again and healed again." Xianyuan Wushang said nothing. He took his place. His face was calm. "Biological laboratory," he whispered to himself and suddenly asked, "Where is he?" "I don't know," Qin Weibai calmly said. "He invited me and Li Guangtu to watch a movie, and then disappeared." "A movie?" Xianyuan Wushang was a little hesitant. Qin Weibai's voice became calmer and calmer. "It's a movie about my son and Tianlan's." In this space-time, Qin Weibai was not pregnant, but she talked about her son. Xianyuan Wushang's heart suddenly shook, and there seemed to be a flash of light in his mind. Vaguely, he seemed to see the context of something. He hesitated for a moment and slowly said, "Sister-in-law, did you see Dongqing?" Qin Weibai's eyes suddenly lit up. She stared at Xianyuan Wushang and said, "In the movie, the person who appeared on the surface of Beihai was indeed you." On the surface of Beihai, Xianyuan Wushang thought for a moment. It should be the time when he accidentally borrowed the space-time of the master of Samsara Palace to go to the War God realm, and met Xianyuan Luanhui. Xianyuan Wushang nodded and said, "It was me, but I stayed there for a short time. Dongqing's condition seems to be very bad." "Can you still be in the past?" Qin Weibai was a little excited. If Xianyuan Wushang could go there, Qin Weibai would very much like to be with Li Tianlan. What would it be like to have a father-son exchange between the two generations of heavenly sons? "Sister-in-law, you think too highly of me." Xianyuan Wushang smiled bitterly. "That time was completely an accident. I could go there because the other you inadvertently helped me. Otherwise, I could only use the stupid method, and this stupid method can only be used by me. Neither you nor my brother can use it." the so-called stupid method. It was to leave Miracle City with his consciousness, reach the edge of the crisscrossing space-time through the node of the quantum network, and enter the area of the War God realm and the Emperor Palace from there. Such a method, such a long distance, Qin Weibai and Li Tianlan did not even think about it. That person should be able to do it, right? Qin Weibai's eyes were in a trance. Xianyuan Wushang curled his lips. Of course he can do it, but he can't do it. However, it's impossible for me to do so. I'm afraid I have no choice but to invite you over. What do you mean? Qin Weibai's eyes slightly narrowed. Xianyuan Wushang did not explain. In fact, he had already explained. Li Dongqing was in a bad state. In fact, neither the human emperor of the Emperor Palace, nor the war god of the War God realm valued the current Wang family of Beihai too much. He met Li Dongqing that time, just when Li Dongqing destroyed Beihai, and he also met Xianyuan Luanhui, the first disciple of the war god, who is now known as the first celestial expert in the starry sky. Xianyuan Luanhui did not stop Li Dongqing for the Wang family of Beihai. It was for Li Dongqing himself. Hatred had become Li Dongqing's obsession, and it could even be said that it was all his motivation to live. If the Wang family of Beihai completely disappeared in that space-time, then there would really be nothing left in the life of the sword god. Self-destruction was the only way for him. Xianyuan Wushang did not know what the end of the Wang family of Beihai in that space-time was. But the War God realm sent someone to invite Qin Weibai over. Obviously, Li Dongqing should have lost his obsession and was in a bad state. They wanted to give Li Dongqing a new way and rekindle his life. If Qin Weibai had completed the task, then before the Li family returned to the peak, they would not have many opportunities to meet. How much did the war god and the human emperor value the sword god? The first disciple of the war god personally appeared to escort him. In the Supreme Hall, the war god personally met the great emperor Xianyuan, and even wanted to betroth the palace master to Li Dongqing. The sixth princess of the war god realm could be said to be as famous as Lin Shi. In some aspects, she was even more superior than Lin Shi. She married Li Dongqing. At this stage, it was a real marriage. Even if Li Dongqing really reached the peak, the sixth princess could not be regarded as a social climber. The war god realm did all this just to keep the sword god in the war god realm. They wanted to rob the sword god from the space-time corridor. How could they let Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai go to see him again? At least they had to wait until the sword god and the sixth princess made love, or even bore fruit. At this stage, for the space-time corridor, leaving the sword god in the war god realm was also the best choice, because most of the resources of the space-time corridor would be tilted to Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai. Staying there, the sword god could grow better. If there is a chance, we will meet again. Xianyuan Wushang looked at Qin Weibai and comforted her. Qin Weibai was silent for a while and said lightly, "I just want to know who invited me to the movie." "Well, I didn't see him." Xianyuan Wushang smiled bitterly and said, "How would I know if I didn't see him?" He picked up the Coke and took a sip. That person was wearing a black dragon robe. Puff! Cough, 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 cough. Xianyuan Wushang spat out the Coke and coughed violently. "Are you sure?" He looked at Qin Weibai and asked. "It should be the dragon robe. That dress is more fancy than Wu Qing's. The pattern keeps changing." Qin Weibai pondered. "World Punisher." "No, all worlds," Xianyuan Wushang said softly. "What?" Qin Weibai asked. "Nothing." Xianyuan Wushang responded subconsciously. Qin Weibai narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Who is it? Tell me." Xianyuan Wushang moved his lips and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought the person who invited Qin Weibai to the movie was just a core member of the Imperial Palace or the War God realm. He didn't expect it to be that black dragon robe. It was so easy to recognize. There were only two people who could wear dragon robes in that space and time. Obviously, the human emperor in white was not one of them. Then the remaining one, he did know who it was, but he didn't dare to say it. It wasn't because of any malice in the world. He just didn't dare to say it. "I really don't know," Xianyuan Wushang said helplessly. "But you can rest assured that the other party has no malice. I can guarantee that." It was not malice. The kindness within was practically overflowing from it. I really have no malice. A voice suddenly rang out. A beam of light suddenly lit up in front of Xianyuan Wushang and Qin Weibai. The light was not dazzling, but the moment it appeared, the surrounding space suddenly blurred. In their sight, the figure of the young man with blood mist floating all over his body appeared in front of the two again. The black dragon robe was full of sharp light. Qin Weibai narrowed her eyes. But Xianyuan Wushang stood up almost instinctively. He moved the corner of his mouth and finally lowered his head, saying in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty." It was really him. To think that he would actually come. Xianyuan Wushang's eyes were a little dazed. The three supreme masters of the human clan. The one in front of him ranked last, but he was the craziest one. He was also the one that people most feared and yearned for. The unfathomable human emperor. The great emperor Xianyuan overlooking the starry sky. And the one in front of him was synonymous with showing off his abilities. His fighting capacity was not the strongest among the three supreme masters. But since ancient times, in terms of martial arts alone, his existence was the peak that no one could surpass. He represented the strongest sword light of the human clan. In this respect, even great Emperor Xianyuan and human emperor were not as good as him. A madman who was determined to surpass Her Majesty Huangxi in martial arts, and even had vaguely surpassed the original Huangxi. The god of war's realm. The god of war. The blood mist floated in the air. The young man in the black dragon robe glanced at Xianyuan Wushang, and then nodded slightly to Qin Weibai. "Your Highness, please introduce yourself." His voice was calm and gentle. "My name is Lin Xianyuan." Wow, so far the number of words I have written this month has exceeded last month. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.